organizations around the country in different states. And we offer programs around MDSS, Open SciEd, different statewide assessments, competency, and standards-based feedback and assessment, and many other things. We also are the host of one of the few STEM teacher-centered events in New York City, and offer other programs also to high school students interested in educational leadership. To date, we reach about 1,300 to 1,500 STEM teachers each year. And in as much as we serve the teachers who come through our doors as participants, we feel very strongly that we also serve our facilitators, our teacher leaders. So the programs that we offer, the initiatives that we establish take the form of teacher-led professional learning, community events, really focused on creating multiple entry points for teachers to enter the community and really give back to the community. We also do this through partnerships. As mentioned very briefly, we've partnered with different museums, schools of education, different networks, through Cornell Tech, Columbia University, New York Botanical Garden, and many more. Really looking for opportunities for our teachers as well as our teacher facilitators to engage, remain inspired, but also give of their own expertise back to these institutions so that teacher knowledge is also centered in the professional learning that the institutions are offering. And then at the center of all of these things is how we support our teacher leadership through our leadership pathways. Why do we center teachers in all of our programming? In what is likely a familiar cycle of implementation of things that may be new in form of policy or curriculum, the things that we generally want answers to, the secrets to why or why not a lesson or a standard or a new policy will be applied or manifest in certain ways or be successful or not successful really lies in the hands of teachers. So we really feel very strongly that the teacher expertise and the skills are able to fill the gaps in our understanding of implementation of new policy and curriculum, but also they have the expertise and the skills to really make those things happen. In the landscape of New York City, we experience quite a bit of change, continuous change with new mandates and new standards and investigations and tests, which I think is par for the course wherever we are. Requirements vary by grade. There's a lot of variation in terms of teaching contexts, but also a very strong and rich community ecosystem of STEM education and STEM research and institutions to support our teachers. We feel that placing teachers at the center as leaders within their own professional learning and drivers of their own learning really ensures relevance and ensures also validation of experience and expertise and is at the heart of the communities that we build. One way to look at this, so this is the diagram that we like to share to kind of explain how we understand the role of the professional learning workshop within the community that we create. Many of these things may be familiar already. Those red pieces, those slices of the pie at the center, can be viewed as our workshop. We always begin with relevant content. We have student mode, teacher mode, also known as student hat, teacher hat, where teachers are allowed to be free to investigate, to make mistakes, to ask as many questions as they like, and then move into teacher mode where they can discuss pedagogical issues, questions about why a particular activity was designed and delivered the way that it was. We always ensure Socratic dialogue within the teacher community inside the professional development, have student thinking available in real examples of student work. We have time for collaborative planning and ensure a practical product. And this lives inside the community that we build, and we hope that all of our participants feel very welcome and invited to go out and use the things that they've learned, but then to come back and co-lead and bring in new perspectives. So this is always shared with our participants. and is part of how many of our leaders sort of emerge. We really believe in teacher creativity and teachers as drivers of their own learning. Just a tiny bit more about our leader pathway, the ways that we support our teacher leaders. We do, again, try to offer multiple entry points in the same way that we do so for our teacher participants. For new leaders, we offer a Learning to Lead workshop, which involves really basics, different modalities and styles of leadership. We have a fellows program that is a little bit more intensive and uses our workshops as a teaching space. We also offer co-leading for new leaders. For our seasoned leaders, we look for co-leader teams to develop new material and share the design and the leadership of the workshops. We also offer seasonal leader huddles, partnership teams, and our coaching, very targeted coaching and school support, which allows our teacher leaders more time to work really more closely with groups from specific schools or regions. Very importantly, the leader huddles have really emerged as a critical tool, an essential tool that leaders have told us, teacher leaders have told us is extremely valuable to their growth in terms of their leader moves and strengths as a teacher leader and facilitator. These are usually offered and run by very seasoned teacher leaders around themes such as making teacher thinking visible, predicting and encouraging productive struggle among our teacher participants in our workshops, asking good questions, and just overall workshopping our workshops. Every year, we look to examine and understand a different aspect of our programming. And in 2025, with the help of Dr. Wakasa Nagakura, who some of you know, we were able to review 32 interviews with some of our workshop leaders and really gained a great deal of insight about what is important at different stages of teacher leadership and how we can better support our leaders overall. We also heard a little bit about the benefits that our teacher leaders share that comes from being a facilitator. Things like leading becomes a catalyst for their own learning and deeper reflection of their own practice, and that innovative pedagogies really emerge from those discussions across the different perspectives that are shared within a given workshop. All of which to say, before we jump ahead, really sharing all of this to show how our work aligns very strongly with the goals of the project, with the initiative, and I believe with everyone here in the room that hopefully we will be able to connect with virtually moving forward and potentially in person as well. To jump in, integration within STEM subjects as well as beyond STEM content areas also have been referenced by our welcome address speakers in many different ways, but really focused on unsiloing our content areas, offering students real-world applications, problem solving for deeper understanding that is meaningful to them in ways that really stick. We have understood that there are bridges to be made within the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, but also that there are many opportunities for the strategies that exist within STEM to be brought beyond STEM subjects. In the coming moments, for the rest of the hour, we will be hearing a little bit about some of the framing of integration of STEM through the lens of computational thinking, really understanding that STEM integration can look different and will look different across different teaching contexts, but also over the coming weeks, looking at other examples such as project-based learning, real-world challenges, collaborative pedagogies, and looking at how we might assess, process in addition to outcomes. So just a brief snapshot before I hand over to Kate and Juliet. The four professional development programs that we'll be sharing that highlight different integration opportunities and approaches. The first one is computational thinking for K-12, which was developed in partnership with Cornell Tech and has existed as a professional development program as well as a graduate course. Really offers a shared language that enables students to articulate thinking and processes to teachers, but also to themselves. We'll then move to community-based STEM and stewardship for opportunities of project-based learning that is really community embedded and offers students in primary grades and lower secondary opportunities to see themselves in a different way. And the two additional professional learning programs that we'll be sharing. The third one focuses on school-to-school partnerships and bridges made through literature and theater in an environmental year-long science course. And are teaching urban climate change micro-credential for K-12 teachers that is itself very collaborative and brings together systems thinking, climate science, global and local data in a very partnership-driven way. And with that, I'm going to hand over to my wonderful colleagues, Juliette Guarino-Berg and Kate McCauley. Take it away. I'll do my best to forward the slides.
Hi, thank you so much. We're so excited to be here. So excited to hear such interesting initiatives that are happening, the kinds of thinking that are happening, and happy to kind of kick off our learning across the classrooms. Insights and lessons from integrated STEM teaching. One of the things we wanted to explore today is a shift in computational thinking, kind of not just as a skill set, but as a foundational tool for students and how they learn, and then therefore a foundational tool in integration. So maybe this is a familiar scenario, but I am an elementary school teacher, so it is absolutely something I hear all the time, which is a student will correctly complete a problem, could even be a math problem, and you're like, wow, you got the right answer. Can you tell me a little bit about your thinking? How did you get to this? And there's some hesitation. And a lot of times the students are a little bit hard pressed to come up with words to describe their thinking, or they say, I don't know, it just came to me, or it came to my mind, or I just thought about it and got the answer. And it's hard to imagine as a teacher how we can continue to push this child forward if they can't explain to us how they got their answers. So one of the things we're thinking about is common language, and how can we make sure that students have the skills and the tools to be able to share their process, their problem-solving process with us, and make their thinking visible.
Hi, everybody. My name is Juliette Guarino-Berg. I'm really excited to be here as well. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am the director of K-12 STEM consulting and school support at our organization, STEMteachersNYC. I am also a PhD student in science education at Teachers College, Columbia University. Up until this past June, I was in the classroom for 17 years. Recently took a break from being in the classroom to finish my degree. But of course, still think about my time in the classroom, often doing this work with computational thinking. And I am also one of the heads of the elementary STEM initiative at STEM Teachers NYC, along with Kate. So we develop and implement really meaningful professional development for elementary school teachers in STEM.
And hi, I'm Kate McCauley, and this is my 25th year teaching elementary school science. And I work at Hunter College Campus School, which is in New York City. It's a school for students who are gifted and talented, but it's a public school connected to the City University of New York City. I'm also the board chair of STEM Teachers NYC, and along with Juliette, lead the elementary school initiative. So Thank you so much for having us. And we are going to start off by kind of giving you a little bit of background on our own computational thinking journey and how we came to this work today. So back in 2021, we were working with Cornell Tech, part of Cornell University, and the Robin Hood Foundation, and promoting computational thinking across the elementary school curriculum, and really thinking about computational thinking as it relates to language. And how can we support this integration across multiple content areas? This collaboration led us to develop a series of workshops that then reached out even further than the pilot schools that Cornell Tech was working with, and into not only public schools, but independent schools, charter schools, and all different types of educational settings throughout kind of the New York City and kind of greater New York City area. And again, really thinking about how we can broaden our definition of computational thinking and develop and work with a framework that is accessible to students of all ages and to teachers of all backgrounds. And that work kind of led us into working on a micro. So developing a class. So in order for students to be able to have this opportunity to learn computational thinking in this kind of integrated approach, we need to look at how we train teachers and where the foundation can come in for teachers. So through this micro-credential, through the City University of New York, we got to work with teachers from K to 12 in all types of content backgrounds. We had kindergarten teachers, we had computer science teachers who taught at the highest levels in high school, and kind of everything in between, including kind of non-traditional educators. Some were working in after-school programs or other types of settings. So through this, we were able to really broaden, again, our reach in how we can develop an approach to computational thinking that can be integrated into a variety of different grade levels and content areas. One of the groups that was a lot of fun to work with and really challenged us was working at with the folks at the Museum of Natural History. They have their own master's degree program in collaboration with the City of New York that focuses on middle school and high school earth science. So this was a challenge for us to kind of take our kind of work that we'd done so far with computational thinking and really narrow it down to think about how we could integrate it into one subject area, but still meet the incredibly strict standards of the New York City Department of Education as it comes to earth science curriculum. So we met that challenge and continued to work with the ideas of computational thinking as a skill set and a way to make thinking visible. And it's kind of led us to this work today, which is really kind of honing in on the language of computational thinking and really focusing on the language as the point of integration. So really expanding it into thinking about not just computational thinking, but how do we make students thinking visible? How do we teach problem solving across classrooms and therefore across systems? So that's kind of what has kind of landed us here today. And we're excited to begin to share this kind of shift in thinking.
So you might wonder, what is computational thinking? Well, we're actually going to start by telling you what computational thinking is not. Computational thinking is not just about coding and computer programming. Computational thinking, Yadina, if you could just advance the slide, I think it's, yep, perfect. So not just coding, not just about devices, and it's also not just for STEM. So those are some things that computational thinking is not necessarily about. So computational thinking is a metacognitive approach to problem solving and a shared language, as Kate said before, for thinking about thinking, a language for metacognition. This is supported by the research. So I pulled these 3 quotes because I think that they show how important computational thinking is as a model of thinking. So back in 2006, Jeanette Wing said that computational thinking is a fundamental skill for everyone, not just computer scientists. And Lee and colleagues in 2020 said that we want to view computational thinking as a model of thinking that is more about thinking than computing. And since Kate and I work with elementary school students, Manaharani and colleagues said that the rapid development of technology and the increasingly widespread use of technology in daily life require the younger generation, our elementary school students, to become passive users of technology and active creators. Therefore, understanding computational thinking at the primary level is crucial. It's really important for our youngest learners. So why does a shared language matter? Well, language empowers students as they begin to see themselves as strategic problem solvers. It makes thinking visible, it enables transfer across contexts, and it builds agency. And without a shared language for thinking, integration, which we have been talking a great deal about, STEM integration and integration with other subjects as well, stays at the level of projects and not practice. So we have a computational thinking framework that originated from Barefoot Computing, which is a British company that has some computer science resources, even though we said computational thinking is not all about computer science, which you'll see in a moment. But we have these 6 computational thinking concepts, and we have 5 computational thinking approaches. Our concepts are logic, evaluation, algorithms, patterns, decomposition, and abstraction. And our 5 approaches are tinkering, creating, debugging, persevering, and collaborating. And we're going to talk more about these different concepts and approaches over the course of our speech today.
So one of the things that has always excited us is how do we take this computer science framework, essentially, these concepts and approaches, and how do we integrate this across all different contexts? So the Venn diagram that you see here, the shaded area in the center represents the area where computational thinking can really be most powerful. It can really be a set of more than just a set of shared skills, but more importantly, it can be a way for us to make thinking visible for students. And we start to see where our concepts and approaches overlap with some of the content standards that we are already working with. So where does computational thinking already exist? And then therefore, where can we also enhance it? And where do we find holes that we need to fill with this beautiful language of problem solving? In order to do this, it really requires an instructional shift. We have to kind of reframe our thinking as educators and as kind of curriculum designers from let's just solve the problem to the weight and the kind of onus on how did you approach the problem? What was your thinking? Let's think about how we can make the thinking explicit for students. How can we foster teacher moves to nurture this kind of metacognitive approach to learning? So instead of just focusing on the right answer all of the time, let's give students the language to focus on the process that got them there. And this really does take a shift in mindset and kind of a shift in approach to teaching and planning. So this is one kind of tool, if you want to just press it again. Yeah, no, thank you. One kind of tool that is just a simple way of reframing some of our work that we do with students around computational thinking. So we have the approaches and the concepts, and we're building in reflection. We're building in moments for students to take time to think about their own thinking and providing language for that. So as we said, this is the language we're choosing as our common language, but the idea of a consistent common language for students across curricula, across contexts, the whole idea here is to be able for them to be able to think about their own thinking. So just to kind of give an example, since we are here at our STEM leaders conference, one of the first things that came to mind when we were thinking and doing our work in computational thinking was this idea of modeling in science. And for example, we might have a task where we're creating a consensus model of a system. This is a unit on force that I've done with my fourth graders. And together as a whole class, after doing several we keep coming back to our phenomena and keep building on this consensus model. And so really, as the teacher in the room, trying to reframe tasks to allow students to discuss their own thinking. So how did you approach the task? We might hear from students, oh, I only focused on the most important parts, and really giving the language, oh, abstraction. So you had to abstract, you had to simplify and only focus on the most important parts.
You know, contemporary science teaching is three-dimensional, meaning it combines disciplinary core ideas, or what scientists know, the practices, what scientists do, the skills, and cross-cutting concepts, what scientists think and link, how they make connections. The three dimensions are centered around a shared phenomenon that anchors the unit of study, as Kate discussed earlier. So these are 3 dimensions of three-dimensional science teaching via the next generation science standards. So these are our science and engineering practices next to our computational thinking concepts and approaches. So we want to ask the question, what connections can we make between three-dimensional science and computational thinking? Well, there are lots of connections that can be made, and I'm sure that we could think of many, but I'll just pick a few that I like to discuss. When you analyze and interpret data, you are evaluating the data and finding patterns in the data. When you construct explanations and design solutions in engineering, you are creating. And when you develop and use models, you are, as Kate mentioned before, when she was referring to that model, you're using abstraction. You're removing unnecessary detail in order to make the model make more sense to you and your classmates. So since we're talking about computational thinking today, I'd really like to pull out the specific science and engineering practice using mathematics and computational thinking. So if you look on the NSTA website and you look up the SEPs, using mathematics and computational thinking is defined as, in both science and engineering, mathematics and computation are fundamental tools for representing physical variables and their relationships. They are used for a range of tasks, such as constructing simulations, statistically analyzing data, and recognizing, expressing, and applying quantitative relationships. So this brings me to a framework that was created by Bowers and colleagues. One of those colleagues is actually somebody named Dan Damelin, who is from Concord Consortium, which was mentioned earlier. He was one of the co-authors on this paper. And as you can see, we have been talking about modeling, and we've been talking about computational thinking and modeling together. This is actually a framework that shows how both systems thinking and computational thinking support a modeling practice. And I'd just like to point out that when students create and revise their models and model iteratively, they employ so many of the different concepts and approaches of computational thinking, decomposition, algorithmic thinking, abstraction, perseverance. So as you can see, according to this framework, computational thinking can support a robust modeling practice. So that actually leads me to my rough draft of my research question for my dissertation, which is, how does learning the computational thinking concepts and approaches support elementary students' sense-making when developing models of scientific phenomena? So I want to understand how knowing these computational thinking concepts and approaches supports students in a modeling practice and helps them to better do their sense making around phenomena. And I'm doing that work with my doctoral advisor, Dr. Ann Ribbit.
So computational thinking approaches, you know what, I don't think the sound is sharing, maybe, is it? I don't know. Actually, I would not know. We'll have to find out from someone in the room. But as we're working on that, so it might be a little bit more familiar for most of us in the room here to really think about computational thinking as a language in STEM. So in science, it's very closely tied to the science and engineering practices. But what might it look like as we broaden this definition into making thinking visible across different content areas? How do we, I think, Yarana, you kind of alluded to it earlier about kind of breaking down those silos of not just having language for science, language for technology, language for English language arts, but how can we kind of streamline that? So this is a video, and actually the videos that you see in this presentation are from PS 87 in New York City. These are students and teachers who have been integrating computational thinking language across the curriculum and generously filming themselves. So we have some data and some point of analysis for how this type of integration is allowing students to make their thinking more visible. So hopefully the sound will work here. And there's a few things I'd like to point out, which are students have just completed a task where they were reading an article and answering some questions. And now they're discussing kind of what their thinking was like. How did they approach this task? And they're using computational thinking language. And you'll also see around the room evidence of anchor charts and ways that teachers are supporting this framework and this language development with the students.
I'm really sorry, Miss Kate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear the video from the one that you had just shared to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for letting me know. I will just tell you a little bit about one of the things that I think is, even just by watching this without sound, some of the things you might notice are that the work that they're doing is very collaborative. Students are working together, they're approaching the problem. And one of the things that is highlighted is how they have this intercourse or this discourse of how they are discussing the work based on the concepts and approaches that they used. And one of the things that is also interesting is that they all kind of approached it in a different way, but all able to explain their process using this framework. And this is just another example of ways that kind of teachers would be able to facilitate and create kind of ways and tools for students to be metacognitive in their approach, ways that we can begin to use the computational thinking concepts and approaches in a very explicit way so that students can very much use the language themselves, incorporate it into their vernacular, and start to see how it transfers into different contexts.
All right, so you've heard me talk a lot about science education so far, but we're actually going to pivot and we're going to talk about math, specifically computational thinking in math. And this is something called the taxicab problem. And it's actually a logic problem that we started most of our computational thinking professional development with. So we've done this activity with, at this point, hundreds of teachers. So I'd like to introduce this problem to you. You're not going to have time to solve the problem today, but what you're going to learn is that solving the problem isn't really the goal. So how might you approach this logic problem as a student? So have your student hat on. The question is, how many different pathways exist to get the taxi from point A to point B? And we have some extra challenges, such as you can only move directly to the right or directly down. You cannot move left, up, or diagonally. And one of the things that we asked our participants to do was if they could create a visual proof of their understanding of how many different pathways exist to get the taxi from point A to point B. So thinking about the taxi cab problem, I want you to think about how you might start to tackle the taxi cab problem. And as you do that, I would like you to use, if you have a device, the QR code below to tell us 3 different words that represent the thinking behind your brainstorming around the taxi cab problem. So let's go back to the taxi cab problem once more. We have our grid, we have our taxi cab. And again, our question is how many different pathways exist to get the taxi from point A to point B? So I want you to put your student hat on and I want you to think about how you might start tackling this problem and think about 3 words that represent your thought process. Once you have those 3 words that represent your thought process, you're going to go to the QR code and you're going to add those 3 words into our Mentimeter. So I'll give you a few minutes to think and add. Try to think of yourself as one of your students. If you are in the teaching situation, you might want to think about the age of your students, the context that you teach in. What might your students be thinking if asked to solve the taxi cab problem? All right, we have some people adding their words that represent their thought process into our Mentimeter. Excellent. Excellent. We have lots of people adding to our Mentimeter, our word cloud. Give about another minute or so for people to think and add their thinking to the word cloud. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot of what we have so far. And I'm going to add it to a later slide. So let me just do that quickly. Perfect. All right. So before we talk about your problem-solving process, how you started to tackle this problem, we're actually going to look at some examples of how other participants in our computational thinking workshops have attempted to solve this problem. So as you can see, people have used arrows of different colors. People have used different permutations of down and right in order to understand, how many times do I have to go down? How many times do I have to go right? How many ways can I do that? We have students creating grids. We have people thinking about it as far as, a math equation. So we have so many ways that people have attempted to solve the taxi cab problem. And one of the things that we noticed is that as participants, our students, were solving the taxi cab problem, they were starting to use this really amazing language of computational thinking. They started referring to these concepts and approaches that we introduced to you earlier. So, for example, one of the participants might say, when I tried solving the taxi cab problem, I broke down the problem into smaller parts. And that would be decomposition and abstraction. Some people might say, I noticed a pattern that I had to go down this many times and to the right this many times. Patterns, another one of our concepts and approaches. So as you can see, these are just some of the myriad ways that people have attempted to solve this problem. And we haven't always gotten a solution, but we have gotten really great thinking around their thinking, and that's more important than getting the answer to the taxi cab problem. So I think we need to refresh to see the word cloud.
In fact, Juliet, we're always kind of astonished by how differently people approach it in all of the contexts. We've probably done the taxi cab problem with, I would say, over 150 people.
Absolutely.
Educators of all different backgrounds, K to 12.
Different disciplines, different ages.
And the thing that always works about it is it's a very low floor, high ceiling question that really students can dig deep.
All right. So if I look at our word cloud, I'm seeing look for patterns, transformation, break it down, look for alternatives, abstract, create, scaffold, evaluation, work with a peer. I hope that you're starting to see that. I'll actually just share my screen right now. I hope that you're starting to see that the different approaches that you took to solving the tax problem match up with the different computational thinking concepts and approaches that we discussed earlier. So here we go. There's our word cloud. All right.
So one of the things that this language is going to help us do is it's going to help us think about integration. So we can have the same thinking, this kind of computational thinking, but across different contexts. So in science and ELA and math, I heard you talk about social studies earlier and climate science and all of these other subject areas, we can still have this same thinking. And what we're doing here is we're like taking integration from the topic level, from integration having to be about topics or particular projects or subjects, and it's hopefully leading students down a path that allows them to notice that integration is about solving problems using the same approaches and concepts. So this helps to remove some of the traditional barriers around integration. So some of the barriers that some of our kind of teacher students, if you will, pre-service and in-service teachers find that in our school system, planning time is not usually enough for coming up with these robust integrated projects that they really would like to do. And so what we believe computational thinking is a nice way for students to see how this language and this thinking and this problem-solving process is across all contexts. In all of their learning, they're doing the same type of thinking. And if we can put kind of open students' eyes to this, create systems where they are actively understanding this, we can put them in the driver's seat of integration. They can begin to notice how their thinking works across context.
All right, so I love this graphic. This is the inclined plane of STEM integration. So as Kate and I mentioned earlier, we have done this work with teachers from a variety of disciplines, a variety of age groups. And when we think about STEM integration and even integration outside of STEM with other disciplines like social studies, art, music, we think about them in increasing levels of integration. So we have disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary, with the amount of integration going up as you go up the incline. I think that there's room for all four of these in the classroom, whether it's the STEM classroom or any other classroom. It's always wonderful, however, to strive for transdisciplinary STEM integration, where you have real-world problem solving and the project-based learning that we were talking about earlier and that Grace and Michelle will talk more about. And so when we talk about integrating computational thinking into STEM or any other subject, we're thinking about real-world problems and real-world issues that students can solve doing project-based learning.
So since the video sound is not working, I think we'll skip over this slide, and hopefully in the future we'll meet again and we can share more of our kind of real-world examples of ways that, that schools and students, teachers, and teacher leaders and school systems can support this kind of learning, and really making sure that it's visible for students and that it's explicit. We can skip this. Yadana, great. So really kind of going back to the idea that shared language is really kind of the missing piece of integration. And students can do the work, but if they can't explain their thinking, it's hard for them to figure out how to make connections across different contexts. With this language in mind, with this language in place, they can have this shared experience. And this is, you know, kind of the crux of our work with computational thinking, really, really, really honing in on making thinking visible for students, right? Creating visibility, visible thinking becomes transferable. And when students have the common language of thinking and schools share that language of thinking, it can become visible. Reflection becomes routine, and the transfer of knowledge becomes possible across all different contexts within a child's school day. I think we're to the end here.
Yes, I apologize. I clicked one of our resource links. Just give me one moment. I apologize. Thank you so much for your patience. Tremendous number of clicks. Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Kate and Juliet. for sharing some of your wisdom. It's important to also share with the group that this professional learning program generally takes 3 days. So we've given you quite a bit of those 3 days squished into 30 minutes, 35 minutes. And we look forward to sharing more details of the structure, design, the purpose, the questioning strategies, and the activities over the course of the coming weeks. We look forward to participating additionally and contributing more of these additional programs with our colleagues Grace, Michelle, Glenn, and myself. And here we all are. And thank you very much for your time. Please do reach out with any questions. We look very much forward to future discussions and future sharing and being part of the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yadana, Ms. Juliet, and also Ms. Kit for the insightful and engaging presentation just now. So based on the sharing session, our honored speakers have highlighted the importance of integrated STEM teaching and connecting learning across disciplines, fostering collaboration among teachers, and also creating meaningful learning experiences for the students, especially on the project-based learning and computational learning. It is also emphasized the need for practical strategies and supportive environment to ensure the successful implementation in the classroom levels. So once again, let us express our sincere appreciation to Ms. Yadana, Ms. Juliet, and also Ms. Kate for sharing their valuable insight and experiences with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our next session. As we all know, the program for the International Student Assessment, PISA, provides a global benchmark, not only for assessing student performance, but also for understanding how students apply knowledge in real-world context. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you our next distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Joseph Krawczyk from Michigan State University. So Professor Krawczyk is the director of the Create for STEM Institute and the Lapan Phillips Professors of Science Education. He's internationally recognized for his work in science education, particularly in advancing project-based learning, STEM integration, and the alignment of teaching practices with global frameworks. So in this session, Professor Krawczyk will be sharing his insight on from PISA framework to classroom practice, strengthening STEM teaching, learning, and leadership. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Joseph Krawczyk to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Is there a clicker? Here? And this advances it? Thank you very much for that very nice introduction. And thank you, Kesra, for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here to share my experiences with you about PISA and how to really modify classroom instruction to really make a difference. So what am I gonna do today? Everybody can hear me back there? Yeah? Yeah? Wave in the back, yeah? Brown coat, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, good. So what am I gonna do today? I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. You did hear a little bit about me, but I'm gonna say a little bit more. I'm gonna discuss science education today, but more importantly, I'm gonna try to dive a little bit deeper into the PISA framework, and tomorrow we're gonna dive even deeper into some instructional practices, and hopefully we'll have a little time for questions. You know, when I give talks, my major goal is to be an educator, to educate you. So if you have a question, please write it down. You can maybe ask it afterwards or tonight at dinner, but let's have a conversation about the various ideas that I will present. So I've been in education for a long time. I actually started off teaching high school chemistry back in 1976. That's 50 years ago. It's a long time ago. Most of you weren't born yet. Some of you might have been a toddler, but most of you weren't. So it's been a long time. But I've always had this goal that my major focus was how could I really provide all students opportunities to learn, that the ideas, the practices that they really need to be outstanding citizens, both to improve their lives, but also the lives of people throughout the world. That's always been my goal in my life as a teacher and my life as a researcher and an educator. You know, I was involved in the PISA framework. I was actually involved, I was on the expert science panel, which was really a wonderful experience, primarily because it allows me to impact such a large group of people, such a powerful experience. I was also very involved. I was actually on the leadership committee for the framework for K-12 science education in the United States that actually led to the development of the next generation science standards, where I was also on the leadership team of the NGSS. So I've had a lot of experience. I say that to you so that you know a little bit about me, and what I'm saying comes from a foundation of experience. So what's the fundamental goal of PISA? The fundamental goal of PISA is to measure students' ability to use their knowledge in order to solve problems, make sense of phenomena. That's a very different approach than typically what happens in classrooms. You know, classrooms aren't focused on using knowledge. Classrooms are typically involved in having students give information back to the teacher. So it's a very different approach, which calls on us as educational leaders. We're going to have to change what happens in classrooms. It's a critical aspect of what PISA is all about. We want kids to really use their knowledge. I like to refer to that as knowledge and use. So PISA asks, in order to do that, they ask, what is important for students to know and be able to do? So it's not only a knowing, it's a being able to do something. That's what's so important about PISA. So it focuses on this developing knowledge and use, and calls for designing assessments and instruction. I mean, it calls particularly for designing assessments to measure knowledge and use. And if we know that's going to be the kind of assessments that the kids are going to experience, that it calls on us as teachers and educational leaders to say, we got to provide classroom experiences that allow kids to use their knowledge. That's different. And I think it's a little scary. Like, how do we really do that? And we've heard several times today from some of the introductory remarks, the ideas of using claim evidence reasoning, modeling. We just heard about computational thinking. But we really got to dig down deep and really understand those ideas. So one of the reasons why usable knowledge is so critical is because it leads to it's my good colleague Rand Spiro classifies as flexible thinking. What does that mean? Flexible thinking means that in a new situation, I can really apply my ideas, my knowledge, my practices to try to figure something out. It relates really nicely to the little talk we just heard on computational thinking. It really focuses on kids saying, well, I can solve it this way, I can solve it that way, but it's really trying to get them to come up with multiple ways of trying to solve problems. And so flexible thinking, as we go forward in the world in which we live today, is so critical for young learners. We are not going to solve the problems of climate change, sustainability, healthcare without having a generation that's growing up today that can really use their knowledge flexibly. That's critical, and that's the challenge that we face, not only in this room, but elsewhere across the entire globe. So we have to think of our classrooms as really trying to address the grand challenges that exist in this world. So as I mentioned, there's complex problems that we all face. Climate change. It's hot outside. I don't know if this is the typical weather in Thailand, but it is really hot. And I would guess it's hotter. In fact, back where I come from and my two colleagues, it's also really hot for this time of year. We typically don't have the temperatures we have in Michigan this time of year. And I don't think you really have these. I know it's hot here because you're near the equator, but it's hot. And so we're going to have to figure out, we're going to have to, as a world, we're going to have to figure out how do we solve that problem. But that also relates to how do we support people with healthy food throughout the entire globe? How do we give health care that can really benefit all people? And how I really like the little aspect that where PISA is going into, getting kids to really understand also how do you deal with fake news, fake information, and how AI can really push that stuff forward. So STEM education really has a critical role in supporting kids in developing that flexible knowledge so they can really be innovators to really solve the critical problems that we face today. So if we're going to do that, we have to actually move beyond. And this is our challenge. And I agree with you, it's going to be hard. It's not going to come in one day. It's not going to come in 1 week, but if we continually stick with it, thanks to Chevron to providing all our support to do this, if we can stick with it, we can really bring about great change in our country. And so we have to focus, we have to move beyond memorization to where kids can really find information and use that information to solve problems. That's a big focus. We have to focus on problem solving, applying those computational thinking skills of breaking problems down, doing problems, trying to do things more than once, iterative learning, that it's so critical. Allow kids to actually experience. You know, science is not, don't get me wrong in this one, I love to read. It's just, it's always been one of my pastimes. Actually, not as a young kid, but starting around 19, I really just fell in love with reading. And so I love reading, but if we're really going to get kids to understand science, they also have to experience science. They have to do it. I also love being in the lab and experiencing phenomena and being outside and experiencing nature. So we have to put kids in situations where they really experience the science. We have to provide opportunities in our classrooms where kids can actually take part in solving problems flexibly, using their knowledge, coming up with a variety of different ways to try to solve a problem. Not just one way, right? We don't want the problems that they're just one clean-cut answer, but multiple ways in which kids can probably solve a problem. If we do that, that's going to prepare them to live in this world that we live in today and to really try to solve the problems that we have. So, the PISA 2025 framework, which again I will state I was really happy, pleased to be part of, brings a new emphasis to us. And what we have to do is less emphasis on recall and routine procedures. That doesn't mean that we don't have knowledge in our head. I can't imagine us not working with students to help understand a very important concept like energy, because they have to understand it if they're going to solve the problems that are out there. Sustainability, climate change, those all focus on energy. So they have to have a deep understanding of some ideas. So, but we got to move just beyond recall, not just what energy is, the ability to do work or something like that, but really getting them to use that idea how energy transfers and how you can track energy transfers across systems and within systems. So there's got to be a greater emphasis on reasoning, judgment, and action by applying our knowledge. And then lastly, students need to use their science to make decisions in important contexts in which they experience. That's what PISA is really pushing us to do. So PISA, as was mentioned, has three major core ideas in the new framework. The first one is explaining phenomena scientifically. And of course, if you're going to explain phenomena scientifically, you have to understand some of the big ideas of science. We're not going to get away without helping our kids understanding ideas about genetics, evolution, energy, chemical change. All those are really important ideas. So, but they're used in order to explain phenomena and solve problems. We want them to be able to, the second major focus is actually an emphasis more on the nature of knowledge, you might say, because it's really a focus on constructing and evaluating scientific inquiry. So it's knowing how to evaluate, is this actually an investigation that's really sound? How might I change this investigation even to be stronger? And the third big idea is to actually use that information to basically make decisions and solve problems. That's a big change. And so that's where PISA is taking us. So we're going to explain phenomena, we're going to evaluate and design inquiry, and we're going to interpret data and evidence scientifically. So I mentioned this a little bit already, but I'm just going to re-emphasize it because it's such an important part of PISA. Why does decision matter in schools? Well, one, it's because of the problems that that exist out there, also the conflicting information that they receive. In the United States, for instance, there's been an uptake on various diseases that we thought we got rid of. Why? Because we now have someone in power that basically doesn't believe in vaccinations. And so we see an uprise in very serious illnesses like polio, which we thought was once gone. And if anybody who experienced polio, it's not a safe disease to get. We're going to focus on our health, our environment, and technology really requires intelligent judgments by people. And so we have to equip our kids, our children, with that knowledge. And so schools must prepare, interesting enough, it's, often the problems we had at the back of our textbooks, they had a really clean answer. You follow these 4 steps, you get the answer. I was great at those. I'm sure you were too. That's why we're here. But that's not what the world is like. The world has problems that aren't straightforward. And that's what we have to prepare our students for. So schools must prepare students for uncertainty. Uncertainty, not certainty. So, as I mentioned, what kind of content knowledge do they need? And this actually relates very nicely to what was referred to as three-dimensional learning, and I'll talk about a little bit more in a second. But it refers to, you got to have content knowledge. There's no doubt about it. As I mentioned this, you got to know some of the big ideas of science. It's critical. You also have to know procedural knowledge. How to conduct an investigation, what goes into it, how much evidence do I really need to support a claim. And the last one is epistemic knowledge. Can I really trust this? Can I really make this decision and really believe on it? What else do I really need to really make this go forward? So those are the 3 big competencies, or the 3 big knowledge that children really have to develop. And that's not going to happen just by us standing up and lecturing, by just having them read. We're going to have to get them involved in using their knowledge in making decisions. So in the PISA framework, and I'll share some examples with you in a second, in the new PISA framework and the released items, which basically are a good representation of what the PISA test is actually really like, they're going to experience personal situations, health, and daily decisions. It's going to be anchored in their own environment, so it makes sense to them, and also deal with important global problems like climate change and sustainability. And that's what the PISA assessments will look like. So what does this mean for us as leaders? What do we have to do? This is critical because that's what this whole week is about and going forward. We're going to have to move beyond content coverage. We're going to have to organize our units of study around meaningful problems. Not today I'm going to learn about evolution. Why is evolution important? We're going to have to embed evolution in some important problem. Ensure every unit requires students to apply their knowledge, not just recall. It's this application, it's this use that is so very, very important. And engage students, and we've heard this, and tomorrow we'll take a really deep dive into this, but the ability of kids actually to use their knowledge to make a claim that relates, basically answers a question and relates one variable to another, but then be able to support that claim by strong evidence and also using reasoning to justify why that data they collected actually serves for evidence to support that claim. That's challenging thinking. That's the thinking we want all kids to develop. So, what's the implications for assessments, which we want to prepare? You know, what we're really all about, what I'm all about, is learning. Learning is what's critical. But we need to get a benchmark, and that's what PISA is all about, giving us a benchmark. Are our kids learning what they should learn? So we need to think about our assessment practices, which should focus on learning and not on grading. We have to assess reasoning, not correct answers. We have to include tasks with incomplete evidence, so kids go beyond all just what they know. It has to focus on value and justifications, explanations, and use of evidence, and constructing and evaluating models. So that's what you're going to see. And I'm going to show you an example of what this means in a second. So the PISA test will focus on analyzing evidence about a local or global issue. The kids will have to provide claims from different sources and evaluate the evidence. Does that evidence support that claim? And it's going to have to recommend some form of action. So we're going to take a kind of a deep dive into at least one of the items, because I want to pay a little bit of attention to time, but I also want to go deeply into this one item just to show you just to show you both what we're going to have to do as educators, how it's really going to has to change us. And so these are the released items. If you have not seen the released items, you can download them. So I gave you, that's my own personal link, but there's the file that you can copy and go to this. So if you could now bring up the PISA file, and if you could go to the first example, keep going. That's it. You passed it up. Go back. One more. Okay, there you go. Pull that up there. So this is one of the released items, and I particularly like this one because it really shows how kids have to use their knowledge. But there's several others, and perhaps tomorrow I'll have time to show several others, but I don't think I will today, because I want to show you this one. One of the things you will notice immediately about this particular item is that there's a fair amount of reading that the children have to do. Now remember, this is a test for 15-year-olds. And this is a fair amount of reading for 15-year-olds, particularly in today's day and world when they're not used to reading. They're used to scrolling. And we have to break that. We have to really get our children, our learners, to really be able to concentrate and read. This also deals with an important problem related to climate change, which is, the greenhouse effect. And so I'm not going to necessarily read this whole thing to you right now, but I did want to point out how the kids are going to have to read this. I'm going to just read one paragraph, or have you focus on one paragraph. If you because of the release of all the carbon dioxide that's come from the emission of factories and cars and everything that humans have done. So it's really critical for students to carefully read this, to know something about how climate change works and the role of carbon dioxide in keeping the heat on, keeping heat within our environment. So now if you go to the next page, please. So if you can blow this up. Now they have to be able to do reading, but that's not all. They also have to be able to interpret graphs, which is a really important aspect, right? So here we see this student named Andrea becomes interested in the possible relationship between average temperature of the Earth and the amount of carbon dioxide. And so here, in this particular one, can you hear me still? Okay, so I'll talk a little louder so people in the back can hear me. This graph shows carbon dioxide throughout the years and how it's changed. And of course, you'll see that somewhere around the 1900s in here, there started to be a gradual increase, and then it really escalated. And of course, what really is thinking that's a good idea. You know, you have to think flexibly, you know, like take the mic off and hold it in your hand. So we can see it escalating tremendously about 1945. And of course, we can start to think, this is why this is such an important problem, because what we heard earlier is that this isn't just about STEM classrooms, this is also about social study classrooms. And it's also about literacy and mathematics. That's why this problem is so very important. We saw there was reading, there's interpreting graphs, and now there's also social studies in here. What happened around 1945 that made such a big difference that we really see the carbon dioxide just really escalating? What happened? If we can scroll down. Now we can see the average temperature of the Earth. And we can see that the average temperature of the Earth is also changing. And we see basically around 1920, it starts to go up, 1940, 1945. And then interesting enough, in 1980, it really starts to escalate. What is going on there? And of course, the problem is, Andrea concludes that these two graphs, that it's certain that an increase in the average Earth temperature is due to carbon dioxide. And what the student has to do, if we could scroll down, the challenge then is, do you agree with her or don't you agree with her? Right, that's what the student has to do. So if you just go right here, what is it about the graphs that supports Andrea's conclusion? Right, so that's one of the questions. Now, interesting enough, the PISA tests, the release things actually show you, give you an example of what the student has to respond about. So it gives you some information. If we could go down to the next question, because it doesn't end there. That's just one related to that scenario. If we go to the question 3, I believe it is. Question 3 says, you have to scroll up. No, you have to be in the, I'm sorry, keep going up. I just want to get one more. That's good, right? Let's this right there. No, okay, now just scroll down a little bit. Be careful. There it is, question 4. So here's another one that's related to that same problem. I think there's 3 parts to this, but this is the next question. Another student disagrees with Andrea's conclusion, right? Like a real scientific process. She compares the 2 graphs and says that some parts of the graph did not support her conclusion because they're not a 100% match. And give an example of the parts of graph that do not support Andrea's conclusion and explain your answer. So we're putting kids in a situation where they have to first support it, but also say, what are the parts of it that really seem kind of unusual, that don't match up? That's real scientific thinking, and that's what we have to prepare our kids in our classrooms to do. that's a different, very different way. And there's several other items that are here as well. Do you know how to go to the bookmarks? I made some bookmarks. I just want to show you one other item. I think we have time to do this because I think it's so very important. So if you go to the bookmarks and let's go to the sunscreen one. So here's another one, slightly different. What really focuses on students really understanding the investigation process. And it's all about using sunscreen. And what this is all about is that these students set up this experiment to try to find out about the difference between different kinds of sunscreens. If you could just scroll down a second. You'll see they set this experiment up. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And the question that they have to do is make a decision about if the experiment that the kids designed on sunscreen actually allows them to come up with reliable and valid information. So again, it's like, can I look at a design, and can I decide if that design really comes up with the kind of data that I really need? Right? There's no way we can prepare them for that kind of, there's nothing they can memorize. They have to understand what is good experimental design. That's a challenge. Okay, let's go back to the PowerPoint then. Okay, no, I'm in control again. Good. Okay, so the question is, if that's what the PISA test looks like, which requires students to actually make use of their knowledge in complex situations where they have to read, they have to interpret data, in some cases they have to move just beyond science into areas of social studies, how do we prepare them for that kind of work? That's the critical issue. And what I do know is what we did in the past didn't work, doesn't work, it won't work. So how do we prepare them? So we have to think of that classrooms really have to be, there's going to be a change in classrooms. It has to move away from teachers giving information to places where they're like research labs, places where there's sources of innovation, places where kids use interdisciplinary thinking and talking with each other to figure things out. So and in those environments, students have to engage in real world problems. And I show this, I don't like to use AI to generate graphs because it tends to use too much energy and water. But I did this one because I wanted to say there's multiple pathways that we can take, and that's why we're here this week, because each one of our countries might take slightly different paths, but those paths all have to get to the same place. And that place is kids have to be able to use their knowledge in collaborative situations. So how are we going to go there? We could take multiple different paths, but some things we have to, if we're either going to take multiple different paths, there's some things we're all going to have to do in common. And so this is why I said in the beginning I was so honored to be both part of the framework for K-12 science education and also for the PISA framework, because they give us that focus. They're telling us as a global community what we need to focus on. We can take different paths, but there's some things we have to focus on together. And one of those big ideas is we have to focus on using knowledge to explain phenomena and design solutions to problems. We have to do that. And they prioritize using three-dimensional teaching and learning. Now, one of the ways you can, you've heard that term before, but one of the ways you can think about what does that mean is what are the knowledge? What knowledge do kids have to have in order to see a new problem, be able to solve it, and develop their knowledge even further as a result of using their knowledge. That's what three-dimensional learning is all about. And it focuses on the big ideas of science. So those are referred to as disciplinary core ideas. So ideas like energy, genetics, chemical reactions, plate tectonics, sustainabilities. Those are the big ideas. Then there's practices. Practices is how do we actually go about designing stuff? How do we go about doing inquiry? How do we ask questions? How do we plan an investigation? How do we construct a model? How do we come up with what's an explanation? Those are the practices that all scientists engage in. And then lastly, there's this other piece of knowledge that are called cross-cutting concepts. What are they? They're ideas like cause and effect, patterns, systems thinking, structure, function. Those cut across disciplines in many respects, and they give me kind of a lens to look at phenomena. So cross-cutting concepts are different than disciplinary ideas like energy, but they're just as critical because kids have to understand the difference between causality and correlation. Those are the cross-cutting concepts, and those are big ideas that every kid, every learner, every person in this world should know. So, so there's this focus both in the framework and in the new PISA that really focuses on three-dimensional learning. And what it does is really call for a difference in what instruction looks like in classrooms. So what is three-dimensional learning? Well, it's using those three dimensions for kids to make sense of a phenomena or solve a problem. And in so doing, they actually develop their knowledge deeper. Right, so we have to think about it. If we put kids into a situation where they have to actually figure something out, it's going to allow them to build their knowledge even further and deeper. That's three-dimensional learning. And we'll go a little bit deeper tomorrow, but it's been mentioned so often that I thought it would be important to go take a little bit of a dive right now and to realize that it's using those three ideas, and it shifts what we do in classrooms. It shifts from us as teachers presenting ideas. It shifts to kids basically trying to make use of their ideas along with practices and cross-cutting concepts to figure something out, to make sense of something. And in that process, they not only make sense of the phenomena or solve the problem, they also build their knowledge deeper and build up new ideas, because that's the focus of really engaging in inquiry. So you probably, maybe some of you who heard me talk before, you heard me use the rope analogy. And I really like the rope analogy for several reasons, although I did get in trouble from using this image. But anyways, so I like this image because we grew up, at least I grew up, the focus was on knowing content. And by knowing content, I actually could do something. Why could I do something? Because I had that one strand. I had the core ideas. But interesting enough, I couldn't do as much if I really had all three of them. Because one strand of that rope might allow me to pull a small bucket or lift a small bucket, but it's not going to allow me to lift something really heavy because it's going to snap. And the same thing is true with our knowledge. We have to integrate those three. It's not focusing on them one at a time. It's the integration of those three that is so critical. That's what three-dimensional learning is all about. It's integrating those three dimensions so kids can actually make sense of something. That's what we saw in that problem, the greenhouse problem. Kids had to make use of all three of those dimensions to actually figure out that problem and do something with it. And a lot of the problems in PISA, not all of them, but many of them, a lot focuses on kids actually having to use all three dimensions. Wrong way. So I went over that slide already, so I'm going to skip it. But so I'm going to go on. So what should we as school leaders be able to do. This is what's so critical. So we as school leaders really have to take a careful look at our curriculum and make sure that we have materials, experiences for teachers and the kids where they actually have to use their evidence and reasoning to support claims, and students construct and revise models, right? Because that's what is going to be required on the PISA. One of the other items I had actually had kids make use of a model and decompose a model. So modeling is also really critical. We have to support teachers. Our professional learning is going to make all the difference in the world. And we can have really good curriculum materials, and I like the unit that Buren sent to me on global change, on climate change. But unless we have really good professional learning, you can have the world's best curriculum, and it goes absolutely nowhere. You may have one or two teachers who are going to really look at it really closely, struggle with it, and figure out and do a great job. But most teachers need really strong professional learning. And that's going to be our job as instructional leaders, to really provide that type of professional learning that isn't just going to happen overnight. It's going to take lots of rounds. It's going to have to be a continuous support. And then in 3 years, we're going to start seeing some wonderful changes in our classroom. We can't expect for it to happen overnight, because if we do, we're going to be disappointed. We have to realize that what we're requiring of our teachers wasn't how they grew up, and it wasn't how they were trained to be a teacher. So we have to basically put them in new experiences. We have to show them that value, and it's going to take a bit of time. And if we try to push it, we're going to fail. That's why I kind of like the approach of let's focus on this one really wonderful unit on climate change, where we as a community try to figure out how does this work in our countries over time to really support kids in realizing what makes a good claim, what is evidence really all about, and what's reasoning. And then we also have to have assessments, our own assessments in our classroom that really focus on it as well. We can't have those assessments just be to give kids a grade. We have to have those assessments actually focus on learning. So this is what's critical. So what should be might be a policy implication that we're going to have to make sure all our countries have? One is going to have to be, we have to ensure, and we got to start on that because we got the climate change unit, that we have tasks that really have the quality that's going to engage kids in using their knowledge. So tasks are going to need to make sure that kids use those 3 dimensions of 3-dimensional learning, core ideas, practices, and cross-cutting concepts, but you also, in which they have to basically integrate constructing explanations or developing models. And once again, professional learning is really going to have to focus on that. We're not going to get lots of teachers to focus on using claim, evidence, and reasoning unless we really have strong professional development. Policy implication 2, and this is really, what I really liked about the PISA 2025 is how it really focuses on sustainability issues, not only climate change, but food and health. And so we basically, in our work, we're in the units we have, like the climate change unit, it's really going to have to focus on these sustainability issues. Policy implication 3, our assessments, our classroom instruction, our learning goals, our standards, all have to be aligned. That is such an important lesson that often we haven't dealt with in our school systems throughout the world. So if we can have our standards, if we can have instructions, curriculum materials, and professional learning all aligned, we're going to end up with some really outstanding student results. But that's what it takes. It takes all those features to be aligned. We can't have a curriculum like the climate change unit that's going to focus on kids using their knowledge and then have assessment tasks that don't do that. Because teachers will learn pretty quickly, this doesn't matter. Why am I focusing all this time when I got to cover more content? So we have to have standards, our learning goals. We have to have curriculum materials. We have to have our own classroom assessments and also the state standards, the whatever your nation, your tests of your nation, like the PISA, and the professional learning all have to be aligned together. And if we can get that alignment, then we're going to get professional learning that really makes a difference. So I'll talk through this slide pretty quickly, but there's basically, you can think of what happens. And once again, this is an alignment issue, which is so critical. So from an alignment standpoint, at the system level, at your country level, at your district level, policy has to signal the use of science to make sense of the world. Right? So we have to make sure at the system level that we have we basically have policies that says in our classrooms, kids must, not should, must. That's a policy. A policy says what has to be, not what should be, but what has to be. We have to have policies that say in our classrooms, kids have to learn and use core ideas. They have to engage in using scientific practices, do inquiry, and they also have to engage in cross-cutting concepts in order to make sense of important real-world problems and phenomena. That's what has to happen. So that's at the policy, that's at the school level. We have to have those policies in place. At the school leadership level, you have to ensure that there's curriculum coherence and task quality, right? So we got to start on that. We have one unit, climate change. One unit won't do it, right? We're going to have to make sure that throughout the years, and I'll talk more about that tomorrow, that we have to start from the early, if we really want to get kids, be really great at making claims that are supported by evidence and scientific reasoning. We can't just start in 7th grade. It's too late. We have to start in kindergarten, and we have to build across the school years. But if we actually did that building from kindergarten to 12th grade, we will come up with learners that are exceptionally different than the learners we have today. They are going to be able to say, is that a claim that I can trust? What is the evidence that that claim has? Is that really reliable and valid evidence? Is it really supported by scientific reasoning? Our classrooms are going to have to change if we're going to do that. So teachers have to learn how to integrate that stuff into their classroom. And it's not only the in-service teachers, but we also have to work at the pre-service level, because we have to prepare the incoming teachers to be able to do this work as well. Now, hopefully, because of the effect of PISA, and at least in my nation, the effect of the framework, we're seeing a little bit of that change in pre-service education. But it's not enough. It has to move on to in-service training as well, professional learning. It's so critical. So we have to ensure that. And then in the classrooms, we have to ensure that students really have those experiences. And it can't be rushed. It can't be 2 days. We're not going to help kids learn how to design what a claim evidence and reasoning component in 2 days. It's just not going to happen. We're going to have to systematically, slowly over the school year, scaffold students in doing that. And some of the research I've done with my colleagues really show that we want to scaffold it really strongly early on, but then we have to fade those scaffolds if they're really going to be able to apply the ideas of what is a claim and what's evidence and what reasoning is in a new situation. So we have to bring this all to bear. This is our task, as far as I can tell, that we have to make sure we have policies, we have the instructional leaders working together, teachers have appropriate experiences, and it all trickles down to the classroom, because it's so important to really walk into that classroom and see kids doing this kind of work. So, quick summary, and then we'll have time for a few questions. Key message to take home: PISA 2061 PISA 2026 reflects a global direction in science education that is very, very different than how I was taught, how you were probably taught, because it's a vision that really says learners have to make use of their knowledge. They have to be able to both know and be able to do. Improvement will come from better tasks and experiences where students actually make use of that knowledge. And of course, they're only going to have those tasks if we do everything I just said in the previous slide. We have to have policy that supports it. We have to have curriculum material that's aligned. We have to have professional learning. So critical. And of course, our leadership decisions will shape classroom practice. You as leaders are going to have to support this. That's the only way it's going to happen. But it's so exciting, you know. Let me skip that slide. As I said in the beginning, I'm very excited that I was part of the framework for K-12 science education, but I was also very excited to be part of the expert team for PISA. But I'm equally as excited to be part of this project. Why? Because we have several nations across Southeastern Asia all coming together to say, how do we change our educational systems so that we can actually support learners to become global citizens who can use their knowledge? What a wonderful way. I'm sort of, like I said, I started teaching in 1976. It's 50 years ago. So I'm sort of in the sunset of my career, but what a wonderful sunset to actually be here working with you, trying to figure out how to change classrooms so that tomorrow, when the sun rises, it's different in your classroom. What a wonderful experience. So I'm extremely thrilled to be here. And I know it's going to be a rough road. That's partially why I had the AI generate the mountain, because no matter what pathway we take, it's never easy climbing up a mountain. It's challenging. There's some routes that are a little simpler, some that are more challenging, but they're all hard. That's why I like that mountain scene. So we've got big challenges in front of us, but boy, when we get to that peak, it's going to be a beautiful scenery. So with that, I'm going to just stop. We have about, I think, 6 minutes. If there's any questions, I did want to leave a couple of minutes for some questions, because I think that's so very important. And so let's hear a couple of questions. Yep. Oh, you got it? Great.
Whoa. I guess the mic is very excited too. Thank you. This really brings the key messages together, really. So, especially the last slide. So, all right. My questions, many systems already recognize the importance of task quality and leadership in shaping classroom practice. So in your experience, your 50 years of teaching, what actually differentiates systems that successfully translate these ideas into improved student outcome? from those who don't? Okay, blame the mic. Okay, so like the question is, yeah, in your experience, what actually differentiates systems that successfully translate these ideas into improved student outcomes from those that don't?
So, can you hear me? So, just so we don't get that crazy feedback.
Maybe
What's critical? I tried to point that out a little bit, right? So it's that alignment. I think alignment is so, coherence is so important in order for us to have success. So if you just have the policy or the standards, but you don't have the curriculum, you don't have the instruction, you don't have the professional development, and you don't have the assessment, that all align together, we're not going to see that student success. You know, those are the parts that all work together. We have to have the policies, which are some of the standards, our big learning goals. But that's only a beginning. We have to also have curriculum materials that support it. We have to have instruction in the classroom that supports it. Teachers have to have the professional learning so they can do that instruction. And we have to have the assessments that align with those standards and the curriculum and the instruction. If we don't have those, we're not going to see change. And that's why I said that we're not going to see this all in 1 year. It's going to take time because it's going to be challenging for the teachers to learn how to do all this, right? The first year, they're going to, hopefully we'll see some success. I'm not saying we're not going to see any success, but it's going to be in 2 or 3 years when teachers really get comfortable with getting kids to write claims, support those claims with evidence, both sufficient and appropriate evidence, and using reasoning that justifies why that data actually serves as reasoning, serves as evidence that we're going to really see change. So it's going to take a bit of time. And so it's that alignment that I think is what's so critical.
Just piggyback on that, where do you see the weakest link in that alignment, based on your
So in the US right now, because we have the framework, but we also have the next generation of science standards, which is actually built from the framework. And then it took us a while to get some curriculum materials. We now have several good curriculum projects out there, right? I think we heard originally, I think on the video, the person mentioned how we have Open Science, but there's other curriculum out there too. There's several other curriculum out there that also support it, right? But without the teacher professional learning, those curriculum aren't anything, right? So that's the challenge, right? The challenge is, so we got the standards, we have some curriculum, now teachers need that professional learning, and it's not going to only happen in 1 year. We have to do that across a couple of years, right? Some of the research work I've been involved, the second year when teachers are involved, we see even bigger advances than we do the first year. So we can see changes the first year, but it's the second year that we start to see a little bit of a climb. And unfortunately, I haven't been involved where I actually had enough funding to do a third year. But in the third year, I'm going to predict we'd even see larger effects. So I think the weakness right now, at least in the United States, is the teacher professional learning. But I also want to stress our assessment practices, because often assessment is looked at as grading, right? We can't get that out of our head. Why? Well, because we were raised that way, right? We took tests, and it was always to get a grade. But we have to move beyond that to think of assessment not for grading, but for learning, particularly in our classrooms. So we have to have teachers actually basically use, where kids write scientific explanations using claim, evidence, and reasoning as an assessment process. Certainly for the teacher to judge, are my kids making progress in this idea? But also for the kids to judge, am I making progress in this idea and learning, right? So we have to have that focus on learning. So I think those are for me right now, those are the two big issues, at least in the United States. We have the standards or the policy. We have some really good curriculum materials out there. I've shared some of those in the previous project. But we now need the professional learning and the assessments that match it. PISA is giving us some of that. Some states in the United States also are trying to design assessment tasks. But we have to make sure in the classroom we have classroom-based assessments that do that as well.
In our context, and I think in many countries' context, I think as in any system, in the US you might have taken it for granted, but I think the bigger system about how teachers are recognized, rewarded, right? Because yeah, they might have capacity at the beginning, but when they implement in the schools, they need the infrastructure, the leadership support. And if they work hard, will they be recognized? I think as in many other organizations, you have the process, right, that make it work. But people, how can you ensure that they have capacity, they have the leadership to guide the organization in that direction? And how is the system actually supporting the behavior that we expect? How leaders are evaluated? I doubt that we try to advocate for instructional leaderships, but is the system actually responding to this direction? I'm doubting it. And I think we should try to advocate the way the system by presenting the facts of finding that, yeah, we are building capacity of teachers, now the leaders, and we try to recognize the schools who work hard in pursuing this effective system, the process, right? And show to the policymakers that this is how it works. Because I think without touching the system, it wouldn't go any much further. And maybe in your system, you already have that kind of system, that you have a good school district. I don't know. Yeah, but the support system, the leaderships, right, and the recognition system, the human, I would say that the human resource development to reward the teachers and leaders who pursue towards that direction is also very important. Yeah. Thank you.
Right, so just piggybacking off of what Kessler just said, what's another issue that I think is really important? It's us, right? We as leaders really have to really try to study this stuff deeply and really understand it. We can't say, oh, this is just what we did last year or 10 years ago. It's just different language. It is not. In one of my beginning meetings, a small conference, after the framework was released, some person stood up and said, we gave a little talk, well, this is sort of just reframing inquiry teaching. It is not. We have to learn that it's fundamentally different. It's different in a variety of different ways. Often we, as teachers, used inquiry as demonstrations as examples of ideas. We use it as a verification. That's not what this is all about. It's actually having kids use their knowledge to learn a new idea, to figure something out. That's very different. It's not verifying a principle. It's actually experiencing science to actually learn the idea. That's very, very different. And so it really calls on us as instructional leaders to really understand this deeply. I just came back from the National Science Teachers Association meeting, where I gave a workshop on constructing three-dimensional assessment tasks. But on Friday, there was a session that was called, someone was using generative AI to support teachers in CER. And I said, oh my God, I can't go to that session. I would really love to know what that presentation was all about. Does he really have a deep understanding of CER and what's it all about? Like, how is generative AI going to actually help us generate claim evidence and reasoning? It's probably what I don't want to see it do, right? I want the kids to generate the claim evidence and reasoning and not AI, right? So I don't know what that person did, but I hope he had a deep understanding of what claim evidence and reasoning was really all about, because I know that teachers were going to flock to that session, because in the US we have this big interest in using Gen AI in the classroom. And so we have to be very careful. So going back to your question and what Kesra was alluding to, we are also kind of a glitch in the system. We really have to understand that stuff deeply, because we're the ones that are going to have to do the professional learning, which is so critical to make sure we see good instructions in the classroom. And I think it's lunchtime, but we'll take one more question since we have a hand up. So, and then that'll be the last question, and then we'll go. I'll try not to be as verbose.
My concern, actually, you kept on mentioning about valuing deeper learning as against ranking or rating. How do we change the mindset of the government, considering that PISA itself covers ranking as well as comparison of countries on certain instances?
Well, I'm going to actually leave that question to my policy people. I'm not a policy maker. I actually know instruction pretty well, but I don't do policy. So changing governments is really tough. Not only changing governments, actually changing schools districts, right? So even in the US, where we actually have our National Research Council, which is a body of scientists that is really powerful, said the framework for K-12 science education is the way we should go, right? That's what it says. This is what our kids have to know. Even though we have that very strong document, there are still states that won't adopt it, right? I have no reason why, I don't understand why not, right? So it just shows that we really have to, at all levels, we have to provide education so people understand. But I will let my policy people answer that question. Hopefully we'll get a good answer. I'm not a policy person. I am an instructional person. So that's what I do. I focus on instruction. So we'll figure that out. So I think with that, we're going to go to lunch, right? Is it lunchtime? Okay, we're going to go to lunch. I hope you found something valuable in my talk. I only did it on 4 hours of sleep, so I hope I did a good job. So it's hard sometimes when you just fly over for 24 hours and get up after 4 hours and give a talk. So I hope it was comprehensible and coherent and aligned. So at least that's what I tried it to be. So I look forward to working with you the rest of the week and for years to come to see some real changes in our countries. And maybe we'll find out how to change governments, because those are really hard to change.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Krachik, for the inspiring and also engaging presentation just now. So as you can see, that the session led by Professor Dr. Krachik has emphasized the importance of translating the PISA's framework into effective classroom practices, and also the critical role of instructional leadership in supporting teachers to drive meaningful improvement in students' learning outcomes. So once again, let us express our sincere appreciation to Professor Dr. Joseph Krachik for sharing his valuable insight and expertise with us today. Thank you very much, Professor.
So I just have one quick question. My name is really awkward to present, say. So instead of calling me Professor Krachik, I go very nicely by Joe. And if you don't like Joe, you can say Professor Joe. But so I really, that'd be great. So you don't have to say Krachik. Professor Joe or Joe.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to the lunch break now. Just another update from the organizing team. Participants are invited to the welcome dinner this evening from 5 until 7 p.m. in the evening. And for our Muslim colleagues, the prayer room will be at the building 4, the second floor nearby to this building. So the partition will be set during this time. And we kindly invite our distinguished guest speakers and all participants to proceed to the lunch break. Kindly be reminded to return back at this hall, and we'll resume the next session at around 1 o'clock. Enjoy lunch and see you again later. Thank you very much.
Sandra. Oh, wait, wait 2 minutes. We just finished another session, so I will prepare for the Zoom meeting. Can you wait for me 2 minutes? Sorry. Sorry to let you wait. I'm Sher Chai. Yeah, I hope can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just finished another session, and so we will use this Zoom account to broadcast for the audience in YouTube as well. So
Okay.
yeah, so I just want to make sure that your presentation will be smooth. So please, if you have any slide, would you like to share or test the audio?
Yes, I can test the audio. Everything is working well for the audio.
Yes. So
Okay.
I will stop sharing the dash that we're gonna have. เหมือนเรา
Yes. Yes, hold on. I'm probably going to put that on screen too, and then I can share screen too.
Okay. Yeah. So Ms. Soshena, yes, you can test.
So I can
Okay.
test. Is
Yeah.
it working? Yep.
Your
Okay.
sound is work and the screen is perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any audio want to?
Yes, I may have. Oops, let's see. It's not gonna work if I'm not on the right place.
I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. Can you can I pronounce Chendra, right? Chendra.
Yes, so my name is Sochenda, but you can call me.
Chendra.
Yes.
And Samret.
Samres is my last name. Yes,
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
no problem. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to make sure this is working. Okay, oops. Okay, and then we can do. And I may have a video embedded, and I just want to make sure the sound is working for you. Yes.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yes, is it working? Yep.
Yeah. Can you play the YouTube?
Yes.
Oh, but no sound. So I will recommend that under the share button down there on the screen, you may press the share button, right? And on your right hand side, you will see the share sound. Yes.
Okay.
Can you try
Share
that?
sound.
Yeah.
So share button. Also share system audio. All right,
Right.
got it. Okay, let's try again.
Yeah. Can you try again?
Yeah.
Classe de CM1
Oh,
au cours
well,
d'une
okay. I can hear your audio now. Okay, perfect. Oh, but I can't hear you. Please unmute your microphone. Oh, you please unmute your microphone. I can't hear. Oh, really? Please. Oh, really? Ask to unmute. Can you see the button? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So let's try it, because it looks like when I play the video, there's something about unmuting my. Okay.
Yeah, try again. I can't hear.
Okay. So there's something about the. Hold on. So maybe I'm gonna take this out.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Or maybe you stop share and start it again, and then you press on the share sound button. Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show share system.
Okay. Oh, good. The audio is work now.
Yes, I have to unmute.
Right. Yes.
Okay. All right. Got
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so the participants just have lunch now. So I think it may late a bit, about not over than 5 or 10 minutes. So sorry to let you wait. Yes. But they just finished the session at 12:30. So now they're having lunch. So I think they will come back here again with 70 people here, about 1 and not over than 10. Yes.
I cannot unmute again.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
a minute. So mute stop. So it seems like I have to help control from your side as well. But I don't know why you can mute or unmute or control from your side. Yeah, so I will unmute again. Okay, now it's work. Okay, but I will be the MC for this afternoon, but I will let our colleagues know to help control from your side. If you have any problem, just raise your hand or let us know.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me try without my
Headphone.
audio. Okay,
Oh, okay,
headphone.
sure.
Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll do that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna do my microphone with my Mac. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So no audio system. So you can hear me okay, right?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
And now if I play the video,
Yes. I think after this you may stop the sharing, and once you want to present, you just open it again and press the share sound button. It would be work. Yeah.
okay. So it's not the sound from the video right now is not great. Is that what you're saying? Let me.
Yes, but I can't see your slide now. Oh, okay. It's on the screen now.
Au cours d'une séance consacrée à l'étude de la fonction.
It's work. Okay. The audio and the picture is okay. Yep. Mhm.
Okay, now I can unmute. Were you the one to unmute me, or I unmute myself?
If can you try mute yourself? Okay, perfect. So now you can control from your side, right?
I think so. No. Oh, yes.
Okay. Perfect.
On my side. Yes.
Okay.
I can on my side.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Okay. See you in 20 minutes, I think. Yeah. So
Okay. I'm not gonna use my headphone. I'm just gonna use my. Okay. I think it might be easier. Okay. Is that fine?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and see you soon. So you can take a rest.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Mhm.
can you hear me? They're still having lunch outside, and I estimate that they will come back 5 or 10 minutes after this. So you can take a list. Yeah. So you can see from the screen, right? There is no one in the meeting room now. But yeah. Okay, sorry to let you wait.
10 minutes, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I hope you're hearing me okay.
We can hear you, Miss Soshenda.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe if the camera could direct to the audience, I can actually see the interaction if possible. Well, thank you so much for having me today after lunch. I hope you had a great morning and time for sharing and discussion during lunchtime. So I'm invited to share some insight, some experience related to climate change education. And yes, and I'm gonna share my screen. Hope you're seeing the presentation now. Yeah, okay. Maybe a little bit of the Office for Climate Education. I'm not sure you all know about the organization, so I'm going to start with a bit of a presentation of the organization. We are a non-profit organization created as a response to the Paris Agreement. Our mission is to create high-quality climate change resources for teachers, primary and secondary teachers, by bridging the gap between those complex scientific concepts and the pedagogy, so what goes into the classroom. We are working with a large number of partners and a large number of countries. And one of the key features for our organization is that we are located in the heart of the Science Hub University in Paris at the Sorbonne, Jussieu. One of the interesting aspects of our organization is that we are a center, a UNESCO center, but we are also privileged to be an observer of the IPCC. So we work directly with scientists who are always monitoring, climate change. And some of our work is to be connected with those scientists so that we could project the resources that can be developed to better support the latest findings from those IPCC experts. We are also recently being called as a co-coordinator for the Greening Education Partnership. A large number of organizations are part of the Greening Education Partnership. This is a consortium created by UNESCO in order to make sure that every learner will be climate ready. I'll share a little bit more during that presentation. So this is, in a nutshell, our organization. And you're welcome, of course, to connect with us and to join us in Paris. To start the presentation today, I thought we could maybe spend a little bit of time looking at this quote. I really love this quote that was shared by Stefania Giannini. She was the assistant director for general education in UNESCO until just a few months ago. And she shared at the COP27 that education is the most transformational climate adaptation action. So I wonder if you could maybe, with your close partner, just share some thoughts about this quote and relate, this quote to your specialty, STEM education. How can STEM education contribute to this transformation? So maybe for a few minutes, just, to get us started in the thinking, if you could, share with your close partner some thinking about this quote. Okay, last 10 seconds. I can see some conversations going. Okay, maybe we can go back together now. It's the challenge of being online. I cannot be with you and hear conversations, but I can see some conversation going on. And I have another ask for you as well. As we're diving into climate change education, I thought we could pause as well and maybe think about some differences that you have already, shaping your mind in terms of climate education versus ESD, Sustainable Development Education. So again, for a few minutes, maybe at your table, if you could take a few minutes to talk about what you see as main differences between Sustainable Development Education and climate change education. Just for a few minutes, maybe at your table. Okay, 2 more seconds. Whoops, sorry for the waking call here. Thank you so much for sharing with your colleagues. I thought that we could start with maybe, having some distinctions between those two important ways of addressing changes in education. And I'm going to base on one of the latest publication in terms of comparing ESD and climate change education. You may or may not disagree, and it's fine. It was just for me, to have a clarity in terms of the definition before moving to the presentation. So you could eventually, narrow ESD as education that really targets actions or problems to save the planet. So it's a problem-based approach. And you could also focus on climate change education and defining it with a focus with a science-based education that focuses on complexity, critical thinking, and of course, making sure that you're addressing those solutions such as adaptation and mitigation. So just again, to place a little bit, the problem that the topic for today in terms of climate change education. Climate change education does actually pose a lot of challenges And here with the latest studies from OCDE, it might be interesting to look at, some of the key challenges that we are facing when we look at climate change education. The first one, navigating complexity. It makes sense that, this topic is quite complex since we're asking students to be able to understand the causes, but also the consequences of human-induced climate change. We ask them to be able to make sense of something that is quite complex with all the interactions between climate systems, human activities, everything that goes with, the Earth system itself, and the connection with the social, cultural, political, and economical systems. So here you have a big challenge in terms of the topic itself. The topic of climate change does involve a lot of complex concepts. We're also asking students to be able to develop system thinking because they have to be able to make those links between actions, impacts, not at the local, but also at the global scale, and not only in science, but also across different disciplines. And they must be able to reason in order to make trade-offs between possible solutions that we are, trying to consider looking at climate challenges. This is just one aspect of the challenge of climate education. Another one that is also a challenge in itself when we're looking at climate change education is the ability to make sense when you have so many diverse and sometimes contradictory information coming to students. We'll ask students to be able to distinguish between facts from opinions, to be able to identify, interpret scientific data, to be able to make sure that they understand what is a relevant type of data. And we have to ask them to be able to draw those information from different bodies of knowledge. So another area where, that can pose a challenge, but coming from STEM teachers, this is maybe the area that we are most comfortable since, we are teaching them how to use the scientific process to make sense of the world. The third challenge that we see when we look at climate change education is to engage with different perspectives and emotion, since the topic of climate change does touch values, norms, beliefs, and emotion. And we need to guide students in recognizing those factors because that does challenge also, that does also influence their decision-making and behavior. The fourth challenge is to move from just knowing to actually being able to take action so that students can be involved in concrete actions that will allow them to become active citizens. So in terms of the STEM education, I think that here you are also well posed since, you are encouraging students to do a lot of problem-based learning is part of STEM education. So this area will probably be more in tune with the STEM education community here. What is interesting with those challenges is that we are seeing at the moment a large momentum of international organizations who are trying to really embrace those challenges. So I'm going to give you a little bit of insight in terms of what's going on, since we are at OCE deeply involved with those organizations. And I wanted to give you here just a reference of all those international reports that have emerged recently around the topic of climate change education. In terms of what is happening at the international organization levels, since the Paris Agreement, we've seen really recently, since 2022 and specifically last year at the last COP, a huge interest for those question of embedding climate change education within national curricula. And it starts with the United Nations and the Green Education Partnership they created a greening curriculum guidance that involves about 100 countries and 1,700 organizations. I'm going to talk a bit more about this document in a minute. This document was also presented, showcased at COP30, as well as the new PISA Climate Literacy Competence Framework. I know that this morning you had a session, I believe, with somebody who spoke about PISA test. So the next PISA test, the one that will be released in 2029, will include specific assessments related to climate literacy. So today I will also show you some elements, some component of those climate literacy competence within the presentation to make it a little bit more tangible, palatable for you. And the great news about what happened at COP30 is that now we have more than 160 countries that have decided to include education, and specifically education targeting climate action, in their national determined contributions. So here we see a global momentum towards really embracing those challenges related to climate change education. So a little bit of the UNESCO Greening Curriculum Guidance. Again, it's a guide. It's not a curriculum per se. It's a guide to support countries, schools, individual educators. So you, if you're teachers or trainers, this document can also be very interesting, to look at. It does show a quite interesting approach to climate change education, in the sense that, as you could see, climate science is one component, but not the only one. It really addresses the three domains of the environmental, social, and economical aspect of climate change education. It was created really to respond to what the youth have shared in terms of not being prepared enough, not having, the knowledge, the content, the skills to really become climate ready. So this document is really created to help countries to move to greening education, so that by 2030, 90% of countries would be ideally ready with a green curriculum to make sure that their students will be climate ready. So if you look at different domain address, you have, of course, for the environmental domain, climate science, as well as ecosystem and biodiversity. But at the social domain, the climate justice is really at the core of this document, as well as resilience building. So how do we make sure that students can cope, can also overcome climate anxiety, for example? And the last aspect that is quite also interesting is the economic domain, with an emphasis of addressing the post-carbon economy. So how can we start, addressing within our school system economic system that will be based, for example, on circular economy, and how this new approach could really change the way goods are exchanged, for example, and what would be our role in a post-carbon economy. And the last one that might be more connected to ESD, so sustainable development, addresses, the lifestyle. How do we engage with nature? How do we teach students to be responsible consumers? What can we imagine in terms of sustainable mobility? What does it look like to have a sustainable diet, for example, and how do we engage with sustainable waste practices? So the last domain is probably the one that is more directly connected to ESD, but the other one are also well connected with the SDG in general. So that's one document that is quite interesting to have in mind when you are thinking about changing the program or looking at specific learning outcome connected to climate change education. The second interesting reference that was released at the COP30, so a few months ago, the PISA Climate Literacy Framework. It does provide clear guidelines and clarity also in terms of the the type of competence that we are trying to develop in our for our students so that they are climate ready by 2029, in a sense that they're able to demonstrate mastery or at least proficiency in those competences. So those competences are connected to the 4 challenges outlined in the OCDE document. The first one being the ability to understand and explain human-induced climate change. And you could see here 3 subdomains, subcompetence for that large competence. The second one, again, really connected to science education, STEM education, the ability to apply evidence-based reasoning to climate challenges. And you see here ability to identify evidence, ability to investigate climate issues using models and data, and the ability to integrate diverse sources of evidence to inform decisions and climate issues. You have for the third competence, again, the one related to perspective and arguments. And the last one that, we just touched a little bit in my introduction, the ability to exercise your agency in a way of being able to envision a future that is just and sustainable, but also be able to formulate strategies and to reflect critically on project or solutions. And finally, I wanted to give you another model that might be an interesting one, since climate change education can feel and seem a bit complex. This one was a great analogy created by Kendall in a way of showing how we could all move forward with climate change education. So the 2 wheels, because we need, really to anchor our approach with a solid body of knowledge. And we have now the greening curriculum guidance to provide that solid body of content knowledge specific to climate change education. And we also have now, as another very rich framework, the OECD climate literacy framework that does describe specific competences related to climate change education. So you have here an interesting model as a way, to look at how we can mobilize all of those components really to move forward with climate change education. So the 2 wheels, I think they are quite natural to see them as 2 wheels, since you need those 2 to move. The frame is made of, what is really part of the individual, of the knowledge and skill that you provide. The students will also interpret those knowledge and competence through the lens of their own identity, values, and real world, of course. The chair and the pedal can represent the real life action that is needed to really make things move. The saddle, you need actually, in order to move, to be motivated and to feel that you're part of a larger project. So this is, a way to here represent motivation supported by a community, or being able to feel connected to something bigger than just your individual needs, okay? And then you have, of course, the lamp, which represents the hope, and that, which represents what we see for the future. And the handlebar, which allows us, to really direct the future, to really make sure that, we steer things in the right direction. So I thought that for today, maybe, you could have this analogy in mind as you're thinking about embedding climate change education in STEM education with all of these different components. And I also wanted to share with you some updates regarding, what's going on at the research level. There's also a strong momentum. I have here as a reference a lot of recent publication, really thinking about, how can we identify key features of quality climate change education. So again, just as a reference, and I'm going to use those references in the presentation. You will see that embedded in the different slides that are coming. And I wanted to give you some pointers derived from those academic papers in terms of, key features for quality climate change education. And I think that you will see that they are very connected to just, good quality STEM education as well. So some evidence, since, we're really looking at making sure that students understand the complexity related to climate change. Climate change education has to be built on strong science education. So again, here, climate science and science are very, very connected. They're also very connected because there's a lot of misconceptions about climate change that still are perpetuated. And unfortunately, perpetuate also because we have a lot of misrepresentation or facts that are not correct in textbooks. So that's a study across, a lot of countries, and it's still recurrent. Although, we are more familiar with this concept, but still oversimplification in textbooks lead also to misconception, and we have to correct that. And the best way to correct those misconceptions is still to practice science. So STEM education, again, so key, to climate change education. Those studies also have outlined that active pedagogy, such as, again, inquiry-based learning, project-based learning, but also explicit teaching, are really the most effective way to approach those complex concepts related to climate change. Two other pointers for you. It's actually crucial, very central to climate change education, to go beyond just the knowledge piece, because climate change does create a lot of anxiety. You are teaching students about the mechanism of, climate change, but leaving students with only the knowledge of how, we are having those changes in climate without necessarily giving them, opportunities to work on solutions, does create just a lot of anxiety and can actually prevent action. So you have to pair that piece on, uncovering the mechanism of climate change with actually working on solutions and develop what we call self-efficacy, so that ability to feel successful step by step. And here again, STEM education is really key, because you are very connected to project-based pedagogy, field work with outdoor activities. So here are 4 strategies that are proven very effective in making sure that students are going beyond knowledge: project-based pedagogy, role-playing games, outdoor activities, intergeneration contact. And I will give you examples in my presentation in a few minutes. So this slide is just to reinforce how much STEM is core to climate change education, since STEM is definitely, anchored in science, of course, and anchored in the goal of debunking misconceptions around science, and that STEM is, so ingrained in inquiry-based and explicit teaching for science. I just wanted to give you again, a bit of obvious entry points for climate change education in STEM education. For the science piece, of course, we're gonna look at the greenhouse effect, the carbon cycle, ocean chemistry, and so many more. Technology, we have so many opportunities to leverage, the technology piece for STEM education in the context of climate change education. There's a lot of modeling, because climate is complex, and you need a lot of models to understand, how those different factors interact, and climate modeling tools, interactive map, database visualizations are so core to really have, a better sense of those different systems related to climate change. So technology is a big part of climate change education here. The engineering piece of STEM, of course, could really help with that adaptation, mitigation, solution design for climate change. So all the design thinking, engineering steps could really be leveraged here. Math is also so crucial for taking this climate change education to another level. You could really use examples of climate change to work on some math concepts. And you have here some obvious example with, for example, calculation of carbon footprint calculation, all the data analysis, statistic averages, since we are looking at not just averages for temperature, but the differences with anomalies and averages. So a lot of interesting application of math as well for climate change education. And in terms of instructional practices, in terms of pedagogy, again, STEM is well posed to really help bridge the gap between knowledge and action with, for example, those three strategies, those three instructional practices. Those are looking at allowing students to work on projects that identify and solve local climate problems. Role-playing, working on simulations, really, looking at ways, to see impact of change of a variable, of a factor in those climate systems. And the outdoor activities where you can really conduct field observations and looking at, the impact on the different environment of a specific climate change impact. So again, here, STEM education is so core to really making sure that, we could advance with climate change education. So an interesting summary here of the different ways to bridge knowledge and action through STEM education. So what I thought I could do, just, maybe to show in a practical way how at OCE we are encouraging educators, trainers as well, to create a sequence or a year-long learning program to make sure that students are engaged with the understanding of those complex climate change concepts, but also empowering them to take action. So I have here a couple of, again, pointers for you. So the first one would be to, of course, obviously identify those clear learning outcomes. We are just lucky to have now great tools such as the Greening Education Partnership document that will outline for you, for us, specific learning objectives. And for the 3 dimensions of learning, the cognitive, social, emotional, and behavior domains. And you can see in this example, I have chosen for 9 to 12 years old in the domain 1 of climate science. A key idea, so a generalization of a big idea, average global temperatures are increasing and extreme weather events are more frequent. And you could see how the document guide educators in terms of what specific learning outcomes we could address in the lesson at the knowledge level, at the social emotional level, and at the behavior level. So again, quite specific in terms of learning objective. And just to reemphasize, how this document could really be a good guide, a good support for you. Let's take the example of the greenhouse gas effect. I'm sure that as a STEM educator, you have maybe designed a lesson at maybe high school level, maybe middle school level, maybe primary school level. And one of the issues with this greenhouse gas effect is that it's a complex concept. And how would you address it so that, students who get a lesson in greenhouse effect in the elementary school do understand this complex concept at appropriate for the age level versus, how you would design the lesson for high school level. So I I don't know your experience, but I found that what the greening curriculum guidance provides is a very interesting spiraling of that concept from early primary to high school. And as you could see, even by the size of those boxes, how, you know, the complexity increases from the lower elementary to high school. One of the interesting takeaway for me is that this concept, we're not waiting for middle or high school to address it. There's expectation actually to already being introduced to this quite complex concept at the early age, with as a target for 5 to 8 years old, the ability to explain already that some gases, such as the one we breathe out, the carbon dioxide, act like the greenhouse or a blanket that keep the air warm. And as you could see, you're progressing with the ability now to design a simple demonstration at the upper elementary level for this greenhouse effect. Middle school, you expected to be able already to have an understanding of the child killings findings and have an insight of the different types of greenhouse gas effects and how they are produced by the human action. And in the high school, this is where you dive more into the physics piece of it, with the study of infrared and how greenhouse gases do act differently in terms of the ability to trap heat. So again, here, interesting spiraling of this concept, well guided by this greening curriculum guidance. In order to be able to check on how students are moving in their ability to understand and explain those human-induced climate change, you have here another interesting reference in terms of identifying your learning objective for designing a lesson connected to climate change. The PISA climate literacy framework does not only identify those competence and those sub-competence, they actually provide, which is really useful, a way to identify the different levels of proficiency for this climate literacy competence. So I'm just giving you one. This one is on understanding and explaining the climate and other Earth system. And you could see the different potential levels that students are expected to acquire looking at this competence. So again, by 2029, countries that are part of the PISA test will see assessments where students will have to showcase the ability to be at the proficient level, for example, for this competence. So proficient level, to me, is already quite complex. Again, this is more to think about a 15-year-old student being able to demonstrate that by 2029, the student is able to, based on the understanding they have developed about the interactions between climate and other Earth systems, they're able to explain the disruption of one or more of these systems. So that would be, you know, the expected level for a 15-year-old by 2029 if they take the upcoming PISA test. So I wanted to give you here some more detailed insight in terms of the two tools we have now available to identify clear learning objectives when you're designing a lesson, a STEM lesson, targeting a climate change topic. The other tip, advice I would give you is since we have so many misrepresentation in textbooks, maybe not in all textbooks, in a lot of textbooks, is to be very intentional when you're looking at resource to use reliable and science-based resources. So of course, there are many other resources that no one reproduced, but this is an opportunity for me to present you with the resources that we are designing at OCE. And we have the particularity to design our resources that are directly connected to the latest IPCC reports. So what we do, we are working with IPCC experts since we are one of their observer. And once you have an IPCC reports released, we are working with them to generate a summary for educators, for teachers, which is a simplified version of the 800 plus pages long report from IPCC. And we are working on not only simplifying and making sure it's accessible for teachers, but this is our first step to really thinking about what type of potential activities could emerge from that IPCC report. All the diagrams, graphs are directly, again, adapted from IPCC reports and checked with IPCC experts. From the IPCC report, the simplified version, we generate handbooks for teachers that are available in multiple languages, are completely free to be used. They also are tested in classroom settings. And one of the specific aspects of our resources is that all of our activities, lessons are checked by experts from our scientific and pedagogical committee. So they check on not only the scientific accuracy, but they also looked at the pedagogical soundness of our lessons. Okay, so you have here 3 examples of our latest handbooks. And if I look at one handbook, just here for you to take a look, you could see that they have a sequence that take from understanding to looking at actions. So they're always framed with 2 different separate parts, the understanding part and the action part, where a lot of projects, for example, local projects are showcased at the end of the handbook. And we also produce a teacher training protocol, again, based on those IPCC reports. If you are a trainer yourself, you may want to check on those resources. Everything is available online. Again, free to be used, adapted, as long as you know you are citing us. But they are made to be used and adapted by educators around the world. And all of our lessons also have videos, animations connected to specific topics. We mentioned the calculation of carbon footprint. We have here an animation that you could use if you choose to use this in your math class or in your science class as well. So we talk about learning outcomes, we talk about resources, and another tip that we would give for you when you're thinking about embedding climate change education in your STEM program is to consider an approach that would be what we call an integrated approach that will allow students to not only learn about climate change, but gradually, or you are supporting students gradually to be able to act and look at how to mobilize, knowledge they acquired in your lesson to really imagine, design solutions at the local level. So this is what we call our climate change learning path with a couple of steps here. And I would like to show you an example of that climate change learning path with some lessons, from OCE. So the first part here, learning about climate change. Of course, this first step, you will build the first step with, of course, those active pedagogies like we mentioned before. Since, we are looking at addressing 2 essential aspects. The fact that we want students to be able to acquire those knowledge using scientific evidence and to be able to explain the mechanism of this change. So for this part, I'd like to share with you two sample lessons on how we might invite students to learn about some concepts related to climate change using two examples of active pedagogies. So the first one, this is a lesson that we give to our primary students. This is a lesson designed actually for primary students, where students are challenged to think about the causes of sea level rise. It's a lesson done by primary school teacher that combines science and geography. So students are introduced to the different type of water in solid form on Earth, and they have to design an experiment to determine if the cause of sea level rise is coming from either the melting of sea ice or the melting of continental ice. So they're not giving any solution. They are challenged by this problem. And what we are asking students is to design an experiment to show that one type of ice or not might be responsible for the sea level rise. So of course, in this lesson, they would conduct an experiment, they would make some measurements, they would do some data analysis, and at the end, we will look at, replacing the concept of sea level rise at the global level, looking now at geography, looking at where this phenomenon is heavily impacting certain areas of the world. So I wanted to show you, I think that would be interesting to see this lesson in a classroom setting. So I'm going to look at if I can play this. Can you hear the sound of the video? Could you just let me know if you can hear the sound of the video?
Yes, Ms. Sochenda, can you try playing?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Right now, we can't hear the sound of the video. Ms. Sochenda, right now we can't hear the sound of the video. Yeah, she might have shared, and so yeah, and she's not here. Hi, Ms. Chenda. Hi, Ms. So. Right now we can't hear the audio.
Can you hear the audio?
No, negative.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Hold on.
I think you need to share on Zoom to enable
Yes.
the share meeting audio.
Yes, hold on. Sharing.
Okay, perfect.
Nous retrouvons cette classe de CM1 au cours d'une séance consacrée à l'étude de la fonte des glaces. Les élèves imaginent des expériences pour observer l'effet de la fonte des glaces continentales et de la banquise. Ils réalisent un protocole expérimental et établissent le lien entre modèle et réalité.
Quelle est la glace? Les glaces. De l'eau, virgule, des glaçons. Des glaçons.
Une fois que vous avez préparé vos bacs, qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pendant ce temps-là?
On va mesurer.
Vous allez mesurer quoi?
Le
niveau d'eau.
C'est là et on va attendre pour que les glaçons fondent.
D'accord.
Après, on va remesurer.
D'accord.
Les élèves ont compris qu'il y a deux sortes de glaces. Les glaces continentales, ou glaciers, qui reposent sur la terre ferme, et la banquise qui flotte sur l'eau. Quelles vont alors être les conséquences de cette fonte? Que devient toute cette glace? Progressivement, les élèves prennent conscience des conséquences sanitaires et sociales de l'élévation du niveau des mers.
Si la glace continentale elle fond, et ben, il y aura des inondations. Avec les glaçons, quand ça a fondu, ça a dépassé le trait.
En réalité, la glace continentale, c'est très grand.
Ici, j'ai représenté la banquise. J'ai fait l'eau et les glaçons. Les glaçons, je les ai mis en hauteur parce que ça flotte. La brique, l'eau et les glaçons. Et là, on a remarqué que les glaçons avaient fondu et que dans la banquise et les glaçons aussi ont fondu, mais que l'eau n'a pas augmenté. Donc si la banquise fond, il n'y aura peut-être pas d'inondation.
On pense à marquer dans sa conclusion ce qui se passe pour les glaces continentales et la banquise. Attention, dans sa réponse, on explique bien ce qui se passe par rapport à quoi?
Si le niveau de l'eau il monte.
Vous avez pu remarquer des choses? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut en conclure dans la réalité? Qu'est-ce que ça signifie?
La glace continentale, elle fond, et ben, il y aura beaucoup d'inondations.
D'accord.
La glace continentale, si elle fond, et ben, le niveau de l'eau monte, ça peut provoquer des inondations, alors que la banquise, si elle fond, ça monte pas, ça provoque pas d'inondation.
D'accord. Qu'est-ce qui se passe si le niveau de l'eau augmente?
Les habitants seront obligés de déménager.
Les habitants qui se trouvent où?
Près du littoral.
Près du littoral.
Thank you so much. I know it's in French, but I thought, you could project the interaction between the teacher and the students in your own language. So it's always interesting to dive into the classroom. And I thought it would be a plus for you to have a sense of the lesson, how it's conducted in the real classroom setting. So sorry, I'm not sure you're seeing the presentation still. Yes? Yeah, okay. So since the video was in French, I thought I could, again, reemphasize a little bit what happened in this short video. You could see that students were asked to look at the connection between real-life phenomena and a potential experiment that they would design. The role of the teacher here is, again, not to give the straight answer in terms of the potential experiment. It's more to ask questions and make sure that students are guided in their thinking as they are designing their experimental protocol. There's discussion about the experimental protocol, and then the classroom is now doing this experiment, and a teacher is looking at ways that students are diagramming, labeling their experiment as a way to show that they are clear with how they are translating what they see into the diagram. And then you have this classroom discussion where now the different observations are shared and students are starting to shape a generalization, a conclusion. And the lesson ends with a connection with real life data connected to sea level rise, as well as where this sea level rise is happening currently on the Earth by looking at different maps. So the lesson ends with teacher looking at, again, consequences, but also looking at ways, to search for solution, mitigation, adaptation solution to this phenomena. Another lesson, another example that I thought could be interesting to showcase. Again, we talk about the greenhouse effect, so you all know what it is. When looking at this diagram, you could see that it's not such an easy concept to grasp and to explain to students, particularly in the elementary school level. So we do have multimedia animation that could be helpful for particularly middle and high school students. But for elementary school students, that will be a lot to explore, since they are not yet introduced to those molecule and the particle at this level. So we do have a lesson that allows students of all age, and this lesson is particularly effective. It's actually effective at all age level, but also quite effective at the elementary school level. And this is a lesson that showcases another instructional strategy instead of inquiry-based and science-based learning. You have here a strategy that will allow students to understand the complex by a role-playing game. So we do have here a case where we are, of course, explaining the phenomena, but students are asked to embody either heat, either a greenhouse gas, or a fossil fuel. So what you do here, you are arranging the space of your classroom to have the three different areas. One area that will represent the Earth. Oops, sorry. One area that represents the Earth, where you could have a couple of students stationed at the Earth level. You would have some students stationed now at the border between the Earth and the atmosphere. So you could draw a line in the classroom or outside. It's actually quite a nice activity to do outside, outdoor. And you do have a couple of students that will represent and embody some of those greenhouse gases. And of course, the space would be at the opposite side of the Earth. So students here will, again, mimic what is happening at the Earth and atmosphere level with the different particles. So let me show you how it take place in the classroom setting. It will also be in French. So now you have the warning, but I will probably speed up some part of this, and we'll go back to why this instructional strategy can also be effective to teach such a complex concept as the greenhouse effect. So maybe I will not actually put the sound, since yes. So you have here the teacher who is recording, just making sure they understand what's going on in terms of interaction between heat generated by Earth and those greenhouse gas. So the interesting part is actually not the part where she's explaining, but I'd like to show you the part where they are actually looking at the role play. Yeah. here you have the heat with the student in red trying to escape from Earth to space and being blocked by those blue students that are representing the greenhouse gas effect. So after 2 minutes, they're going to count how many infrared have managed to go through and get to space compared to the number that started from Earth. And now you have the second phase where this time what is going on is you have, remember, some students who were wearing those black shirts. They were stationed at the opposite side from the space. They were actually stored within Earth. And they are now being called by the teacher as a way to represent, the human activities. And they are now changing shirts to become greenhouse. So you could see that now the number of greenhouse gas are way bigger. So now they are back to the classroom once they have done this modeling using a role play. And the last piece of the lesson would be for the teacher to challenge students to create their own representation of the phenomena. So the lesson ends with students representing either in form of a diagram or in form of a sentence what they have understood from the role play. Okay. So I just wanted to show you another effective strategy in terms of getting students to understand some complex phenomena related to climate change. Role play is one that is quite interesting to explore. And here you have one with the greenhouse gas effect. So we looked at the first phase of our climate change learning path with 2 lessons showing using, for one, inquiry-based and experiment type of pedagogy to learn about climate change, and the other one with role play. When we address and get students to understand the mechanism of climate change, they get a better understanding, they understand the mechanism, but we are triggering also some emotion. And what we would like people to consider when they are looking at a sequence related to climate change is also to be very intentional in addressing emotions related to climate change. So in this step, we are inviting you to looking at ways that as educator you could support students managing their emotion. We do have a lesson plan that is designed in our handbook for that. And I'm going to walk you through some elements of this lesson for your consideration. So again, getting students to know more about climate change is not enough. since it could trigger some emotions, and students without guidance could feel overwhelmed by those emotions, and without having a space to talk about this emotion, you could actually prevent students to want to act in relation to those climate change issues. So in this lesson, we invite students to explore their own emotion. We do have a series of emoticons. Here you have just a sample of those emoticons. They can be either negative or positive. And we allow students to select 3 emotions that really represent where they are in relation to the current emotion they feel, maybe after a lesson related to climate change, maybe a lesson after sea level rise, for example. And from this first sort of a round of identification of emotion, there's a class discussion that would allow students to express why they have selected those visuals, what triggered them, to select maybe a positive or negative one, and which one might, be a one that could inspire action. Then the activity is followed by now a circle debate guided by a teacher. And again, this is more a way for the whole class to come together with a collective reflection around the emotions that have emerged as a group from the session. Usually, we recommend to have another round of lesson around those emotions, maybe after you have now addressed everything related to adaptation and mitigation. So just for your background, the lesson we have designed was really inspired by the work of a researcher who looked at strategies that students do usually take related to climate change. So you have here 3 strategies that you could actually see in your own classroom, maybe when you talk about climate change. Those who are denying that it's happening, those who are just really eager to act, but maybe without guidance, they act and get frustrated because at the end, they might not get the results they want from the action. And you have the last one that is meaning-focused strategies. That is really the one that the researcher found the most effective. It's the strategy where students are trying to understand what is happening. They are really looking at the science behind it. And this is a behavior that usually leads to more positive thinking, since students are really investing on the hope they have for mainly, the science aspect of climate change. So we want, to really foster that last behavior. And of course, we're going to foster it through, again, climate change education in our classroom. So I know that I have a few minutes left, so I'm going to maybe speed up on the last 3 sections of our pathway. So after looking at emotion, this is where now we're looking at getting students to explore solutions that exist around the world. Again, this is a great way to encourage students to develop self-efficacy, that feeling of being successful with small steps. And for that, I'd like to invite you to look at one of our resources. This is a great resource where we have captured a lot of interesting solutions that were developed in different parts of the world within different schools. So there are actually, examples of actions that are done for adaptation, for mitigation. You have, for example, here a revegetation. You have examples of a solar cooker in Sudan. So engaging students to look at real-life solutions designed within schools around the world is a very refreshing way to get them introduced to maybe a larger project that they would do later as a class. So again, this is a core competence, the ability to engage with mitigation and adaptation strategies, and also to be able to assess the effectiveness of those strategies. So I wanted to also emphasize on the fact this is one of the competences that will be targeted for the PISA 2029. Another aspect that is quite important before you get to actually do maybe a project-based activity is to encourage students to think about a desirable future. And again, here we have another lesson that is also interdisciplinary. As you could see, there's a combined science with literature, visual arts, and also theater. It's a lesson where students revisit a scenario. So I have here a animation. We don't have time to play it, but I would encourage you to play it. It's basically an animation where students are playing with different variables to see how it impacts a city, like here, a city of Mongnan in Thailand, by adding, for example, a system that will make the energy level lower, or have a different options for public transport stations, or the way you are designing building, high rise, low rise, with a white rooftop or not. And this simulation will show you how those choices will impact the same city in 230. It's based on the IPCC projections. So the students can have a sense of how, some decisions made at the local level, even now, could be having a great impact in terms of urban heat and how people will live within those cities about 100 years later. So after exploring that, students are given another challenge, which is now to envision the day-to-day life in the let's say, city, maybe not in 200,000, yeah, 100,000, maybe in 242. And here you are mobilizing, again, not only what they have learned in the class of science or STEM, but also how they could express their desirable future through a text, through a drawing, or even through a piece of theater. So quite interesting lesson that really builds this ability to project themselves in a future that is a positive future, where, of course, we take into consideration the challenges of climate change, but we also see a way to live an adult life that is desirable. So we have some indicators of success for this activity. And you have here an example of a product of a group of students who have imagined their local city in 2042. And again, this is one of the competences that will also be measured at PISA 29, the ability to envision a just and sustainable future. Last, that you already do in STEM education, a lot of you are doing project-based learning. And that would be for us the last piece of this journey. So I'm going to go fast because this is nothing new to STEM educators in terms of using project-based learning to help students really now move from understanding to action. I just wanted to show that we do have a collection of projects that are already designed and tested. If this is something you would like to explore, we have adaptation, mitigation, but also awareness project, all interdisciplinary. You have here 3 examples that I'm showing on the screen. But we also have ways to support teachers to really get into those long-term projects. We do have frameworks. Here is a framework for a year-long sustainability project action plan. And we do have, with success, conducted multiple primathon. This is really with the same model as a hackathon, but for a climate challenge. That will be something that you will conduct throughout the year with a special day of challenge with your students. And again, that would be 2 competencies that would be, again, measured in the future PISA test, the ability to also reflect critically on those projects and design projects that address those climate challenges. So I would like to end with a hopeful note. Climate change education works. The research do show that climate change, when well done, leads to actual improvements, not only for students, but also, and that's the great thing, it also leads to improvement of attitude for their parents and grandparents. Very interesting study that shows that, you know, investing in education now with your students will have an effect long term, not only because students get those knowledge and attitude, but they also have the ability to impact their parents and grandparents. And to sum up, I'd like to give you some maybe consideration as STEM teachers as you're looking at integrating those climate change education in your program. So again, now we have 2 tools, the greening curriculum guidance, as well as the PISA climate literacy framework to help us define clear learning outcomes for those 3 dimensions of learning: cognitive, emotional, and practical. I would encourage you really to look at scientific accuracy and rigor in the content you're selecting, since there's a lot of misconception in those textbooks. Making learning locally relevant. I know you already do that in your STEM education using inquiry-based, project-based learning. You also do that in your STEM lessons. Focus on action-oriented learning. So this is maybe the piece where when you look at action in your problem-based project, maybe you wanted to redirect the focus on mitigation and adaptation to really, you know, connect that with climate change education challenges. And of course, the engineering design thinking will be really key to use for those type of activities. So math, build self-efficacy, and of course, think about the connection with the other generations, since this is proven very effective for climate change education. So as a conclusion, just for you, I hope now that you read the climate change education bicycle. Thank you so much for your time. It's 9:35. I hope I will have some time for questions. I'm taking questions if there's any in the room.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sochenda, for insightful presentation. Ms. Sochenda from Office of the Climate Education. So we would like to open the floor. Does anyone have the question? We will take 1 question or 2 before we move to the next session. Does anyone have any question to? Yes, please.
In the upcoming ASEAN meeting in the Philippines, one of the concerns that will be brought out during the discussion would be foundational learning.
Yes.
Are there examples from UNESCO or some others that embeds foundational learning, CCE concerns in foundational learning? So are there examples, and how do we go about using that as examples, considering that I think although Philippines and perhaps Cambodia and some others, as compared to Thailand, Indonesia, or Malaysia, but there are situations where everyone knows that certain aspects of countries, like those who are in the far-flung areas, do not have the same educational educational concerns. What I meant is the quality of education. I think everyone, it's a common knowledge. The quality of education in urban areas are a lot different from those who are in the rural areas. So in that aspect, are there examples on foundational learning? And then how do we go about doing that in certain aspects? Thank you.
Yes, foundational learning such as learning math and literacy and numeracy, right? Yes, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Yes. So this is definitely a challenge when, you know, you wanted to connect those challenges of numeracy literacy to climate change education. And that's why we emphasize a lot, for example, in our lessons in terms of interdisciplinary, learning math, and using maybe those examples of climate change challenges, situations, but teaching math, because math is a tool, okay, to approach the world. And maybe, those climate change situation becomes the context for a math investigation for students to still, learn those math concepts. So the focus will be the math concept, but the situation that, the students are investigating can be a situation connected to climate change education, climate change concepts or concepts, okay? And same in our lessons, we emphasize more and more on the importance of making sure that students, do embrace emotions. And the last lesson that I show you with the future literacy is a way also, to connect climate change issues to, literacy here. The ability, to express and using writing, okay? To express their emotion, but also to express, how they can imagine their future in the world where the world is currently challenged with those climate issues. So I don't have, we don't have a handbook with everything that is already designed, but there are approaches that are in consideration right now. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oshenda, so for your wonderful presentation today. So if no one would like to raise the question, we would like to take a 15-minute break. Oh, Dr. Kesala.
No. Yeah, so I like to pose another question that in terms of the actions, in your view, because that's what also expect in PISA 2029, right? Do you?
Yes.
What do you foresee that how PISA is going to assess student action by asking them that what they have done certain?
So we are, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what PISA we will be directly involved in the design of some of those lessons. Just for your information, OCE is going to work with OECD to create some sample assessment on PILA, and those questions will be tested. Okay. But the intent is not to evaluate the action, the project, students' project by themselves. The idea is to evaluate the competence that students will acquire, and the main competence around agency for action for PISA 29 is the ability for students to design a potential project, okay? So that's more in terms of just like the design thinking or what you do with problem-based learning, and the ability to reflect on the effectiveness of a specific project. So I can see, in the PISA test, students being given a project and the result of the project and ask, to assess the effectiveness in terms of, is it, effective for adaptation? Is it effective for mitigation, or other questions related to, again, the ability to really evaluate the project itself. And the ability to reflect as an individual, if they have conducted the project, the ability to reflect on their own learning after they conducted the project. So this is more, those aspects that will be evaluated on the PISA test for climate literacy around the action agency component. Okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
So thank you very much. Ms. Soshida, please give her a lot of applause again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. Yes. Have a great day.
Yeah, I know that it's been quite a long day, right? So we need a stretching. So may I have each country nominate your healthiest representative to the front, please? Health